Is it working now? If for some reason it not only did it crash, but it deleted my sound source. That's annoying. Oh, it added the audio to this, but not. What the hell is going on? I have to add the audio to all my different profiles again. It's weird. For some reason, when it crashed, I guess it corrupted something and it deleted that audio profile. So I had to re-add it. Just a little annoying. Um, let's see. Let's join these. And let's align it with this. Okay. Now, how far apart are these? Alright. Ooh, that's a lot. Ugh. How do I fix that? The only way to fix that is to make these smaller. I have to make the distance from this center to this center 300 millimeters so that I could print this and have it, fit across that distance there. Although, no, I don't. All I gotta do is make the bracket the same width as this. As long as the bracket is the same width as this thing here, then it'll be fine. Because it'll have that much overlap, just like that does. Okay, that'll work. I can work with that. I could print that large, but I want everybody else to be able to print this, so I have to keep it at maximum 300. If you want to print something like this on a bamboo, that's your problem. Buy an H2D or get a CR10. As I'm not going to shrink all this down so people can print it on an X1 or a P1P. There are some things that you just need a bigger printer for. And printing enclosures to put around your equipment outside, that requires a bigger printer. Like, I really want to print this in 500 millimeter chunks. So make these 500 millimeter because then I can get rid of one of these altogether. Now, what is my total width? Total width is 1.02 meters. So I have to make sure the unit will actually fit inside here. So roughly 3 feet by 1 foot. As long as that unit is 3 foot by 1 foot, it'll fit inside here. But again, I can expand. I can add a section here. I can add a section here. I can add whatever I need to make it fit. The only reason I even have these pillars back here is to support the roof. The roof needs something to hold it up. I might also just print these extra panels to fill this in, because not only will that stiffen it, but that'll discourage critters. Okay. Of course, because this piece here is now a simple vase mode print, with no no scaling issues, you could print this at whatever height you want. So you could print this as tall or as short as you need to. So if you don't need 800 millimeters tall, like if you need 600 millimeters tall, then just print this second one, 100 millimeters shorter, 200 millimeters shorter. And you can also adjust the height of these. So you want to make the height of these divisible evenly by however tall you make this. So these right now are 155 each. So that 5 of them gets me the height that I need. And it's important that you have an odd number. You don't want an even number. You want an odd number. Because by having an odd number, it overlaps in the middle here, which makes this whole thing much stronger. What you don't want is this joint ending up here. Now, if you're making it shorter, it probably won't matter. But if you're making taller, it all slots in from the top. See? It all slots in from the top. No glue. This will all just slot together. It all just slots in. You hear it? Yeah, baby. You get that mouse. I need my soda. That's also why, if you look here, see how these two go the same way and these two go the same way? That's so that you can rotate them to keep the proper outside facing wall facing outside. The only reason these are one way is so that I can print these flat. If I had the divot on both sides, it would be stronger, but then you couldn't print it flat. Good luck printing that. Okay, so I should have no problem doing this. I'm just gonna have to make the roof piece wider. And probably the easiest way to do that would be just to make it part of the top of it. Yeah, I can do that. So this is 50 by 50. So 50. That's fine. Do this and this. That will sit on top like that. Okay. Oh. Yep, my neck felt that. I should be able to just take these. Control D. And then drop it. I can then put this back over here. Okay. Let's separate these. Let's Control D this. Take you and you. Align on you. There. Then take you and you. Align on you. There and there. And then we take these and we join them together. Okay. That gets me my box. Yeah, that gets me my box. Now the trick is, how do I design this so that it can be 3D printed without without screws? I mean, it'd be very easy to make this just screw it in. That'd be very easy to do. But I would prefer no screws. All I have to do is put a hole here and a hole here, and then print the truss. That's what it is, the truss. Print the truss to go across this, and then it doesn't matter. This is 50 by 50. It does matter. In fact, we're going to add that as an alignment pin so I know which way's up. And I can separate that later. The back inner post, it all just slots together, see? That's why there's 4 slots. See here? It all just slots together. The 2 tubes join with these. It joins with those. And the and I'll probably put dimples on these so that's a friction fit. And then the wall pieces just slide into place. See? Just slots right in. Just like that. That's it. It just slides right in there. See? Just slides right in, just like that. Same thing with the back. It all just slots right in. Probably what I would do to make it more resistant to coming apart is maybe a couple dabs of hot glue, because then you can remove that later. You just pry off the piece of hot glue if you need to take it apart for some reason. You know, if somebody kicks a soccer ball into it and breaks a piece of it, you can just repair the broken pieces instead of replacing the whole thing. Okay. How do I want to do this? Gotta think about it. Gotta think about it. So it'd probably be easiest if I built it upright. And then tipped it over. So I can use this. $50. That and that. $374. Wait a minute. 374.74. 374.74. I gotta see if it's even possible to print this. So let's align this at the back corner here. Then we extend this out the front. Make it taller. It's got to be tall enough to make sure the snow slides off instead of crushing it. Okay. Jesus, come on. We put this here. What is your problem? This is really struggling. Oh, wait a minute. I bet you this didn't get changed, did it? I bet you my hardware acceleration got changed. I bet you all my settings got changed. Properties. No, not that. I bet you it's back to software control. Although I haven't dropped any frames. Settings. Video. Advanced. Renderer is Direct 3D. I don't know. I don't know if it got changed. Restarted. Power went out, and I couldn't reboot fast enough for YouTube to be happy. So I had to start a second chunk. Hey, check it out, DeWitt. The lanterns. No glue, no fasteners. The only thing that needs fasteners is screwing it into your mount. This is a post mount. And these are actually printed flat, and then you bend them, they curve, and fit them into the slots. Didn't that come out nice? And you just buy these for about $3 or $4 a pop from AliExpress. It's an all-in-one self-contained solar charged light bulb unit, and that just fits right into here like that, and it friction fits just perfect, just like that. There is supposedly there's one of these that's a little bit bigger. So this is an adapter. It actually has a race inside, like a bearing. So this will actually slot in. So the adapter has little dimples on the side, and there's a race inside here. And so you put that in there and just pop it in there, and it just sits inside that race. Now it won't come out on its own. And it's all screwed together. These are all threaded. So, and they have channels. Everything threads together. No glue, no fasteners, no nothing. And these print flat with just gyroid infill, and then you curve them and stick them in. There's channels in the struts in the top and bottom. And I also just designed a new one of these that can take 3 of these bulbs, so you can make this substantially brighter. And then this one also has little holes. You can shove tabs in there that create little holes, so you can hang it by a chain if you want to hang it by a chain. So this really came out nice. This weekend stream is all about aligning the mirrors. I'm nervous. What mirrors? Mirrors on what? There's King Rune Orange, King Rune Transparent, and Everyone Transparent Blue. The bracket is beefy as hell. I want this to last 20 years, so I designed this whole thing unthreads from here. So the whole thing separates. It's all modular. So it really, really turned out nice. These are going on in my driveway. This just came out so nice. I love this. Ooh, you got a CO2 laser. Okay, first of all, please make sure you use proper safety equipment. CO2 lasers are no joke. They will hurt you. They will blind you. They will burn your house down. So just, follow all safety precautions. Make sure you have a good quality pair of, eyeball protectors, squints. And, I would even go so far as to have a, when I set up my laser, if I ever manage to, I'm going to, make a steel box that can close over it while it's running, so that there's just metal all around it, so it can't burn out of there. And once you have eye protection, the first rule of laser printers, of laser cutters, especially CO2 lasers, and this is a rule you cannot violate: you never, ever walk away. Ever. It's not like a 3D printer where you can just run it and walk away and let it finish. It will burn your fucking house down. Right? You never ever walk away from a laser while it's running. You stand there and you watch it the entire time it's running. Because even a deflected beam, a reflected beam, can just light something on fire. Now, CO2 is not as dangerous for this, but the blue ones are very dangerous for this. You also got to watch out for your pets, because your pets will be attracted to the moving blue light of the blue laser ones, you know, the engravers. So I always got to make sure, you know, I keep an eye on the cats, make sure they don't jump up and try to, you know, go after the laser light, because they're attracted to that blue dot. And it'll blind them, it'll destroy their eyes. Yep, always. Absolutely always. And make sure, I would even go so far as to have 2 smoke detectors on each side of the room. So, you know, if something starts to smoke, it'll set it off, and because you might not know it right away because it's not a visible laser. I believe a CO2 laser is an infrared laser, isn't it? I don't think it produces a visible beam. Nice. Yeah, that's why you don't see too many American companies selling these lasers, because the liability would be woohoo. Yeah, this is the first prototype. I had to make, the panel was a little bit too small. Still works, but you see it's not big enough, so I had to scale the panel up. And yeah, they're invisible, they're infrared. And then this one just sits in there, and so I fixed all that. But same deal. This uses all the same size parts, so I can still use this. So I'll take one of my extra bolts, put it in here, and I'll stick this somewhere. Let's see. Now this, what we're working on is the printable enclosure system, so that I can enclose. This is 1 meter by half a meter, so I can enclose my we mean the beam, but this is a enclosure system for my my mini split or anything else that I want to hide outdoors. So you could just build this. It all slots together. It all builds together. I went away from using the tube. The tube just took too much plastic. The square is just easier and takes a fraction of a third of the plastic. And so this overall should be a lot stronger. This also makes it very easy to make the mounting system that I'm designing now, to be able to put mounts on this. And that's what I'm designing now. I'm designing a really? Did you just do that? Yes, you did. Because you're a wanker. So that and that join. Okay, that takes care of that. Oh my, I just thought of something very cool. Well, depending on how much water you go through. For my drinking water, we can't really. Well, okay, technically we can drink the water out of the sink, but it tastes like absolute shit. So you buy one of these. They're about $120. Wow, that's really cheap. Holy shit. Okay, if you need a water distiller, go get one today. This is normally $120. It says here typical price $88, which is also really low. Yeah, I used to pay a lot. This is the exact unit that I have. But this allows you to make your own distilled water for about 30 cents a gallon. Where is the... Oh, it's up top. Wow, that's cheap. Boy, if I had the $75, I'd probably get one just to have a backup unit. Just because, you know, if I run out of... If my unit breaks down, I have to go buy water at $1.09. At $1... It's more now. $1.34 a gallon. I cannot believe they charge that much for water now. But this unit, you put the water in it, and you sit this next to it. You do not want the cheaper units that have the... I'm trying to slide it over because I'm an idiot. Ooh, I like the red one. The red one's pretty. But see, I don't want this. You don't want the unit that has just the on-off. Because it's basically using the thermal cutout to... Yeah, it's basically using the thermal safety cutoff to turn it off, and eventually that fails. While this one here will stop after a particular amount of time, and so after a couple of runs, you'll figure out how much water you need and how much time you need, so that you always leave a tiny bit of water left over inside the vessel. And this way, it turns off by a programmed timer and not turning off because of the heat over temp sensor. What it is basically, this cannot get hotter than 100 degrees, give or take, you know, measurement error. As soon as there's no water, now it can go over 100 degrees. So that's why it's set for 108. So when it dries and it hits 108, it turns off. But what you don't want is for it to do that. Oh yeah, but here we use this for drinking water. Because it costs 40 cents a gallon to buy drinking water. If you go to the grocery store, they have big machines out front that actually I can show you. I'm pretty sure they've driven through the parking lot at Smith's. It doesn't taste like anything. You're going to infer taste, but water doesn't really have a taste. What you're tasting is the minerals in the water. It kind of sort of has, technically it's tasteless, but our bodies have adapted to it, so we kind of taste it. Street view, here we go. Here we go. Oh, I can't go in there? Okay, I can't go in there. But anyway, you can see them. These machines here. So I bring my 40-gallon tank or my 5-gallon jugs with me, and you put it in this machine. You pay like $1.80 or whatever, $2, and it gives you 5 gallons of water, or a gallon of water if you want. And but you also have to spend the fuel to drive there and get it. Fluoride, yeah, fluoride's good for you. So this machine does all the softening and all that crap. And so instead, now I just run one of these. It sits on my counter. As long as I only run it during off-peak time, when I'm paying 11.5 cents a kilowatt hour. If I run it during peak time, then it's going to cost me like 70 cents a gallon to make water. If I run it during off-peak time, it costs me 31 cents a gallon to make water. To make distilled water. I guess you're not making it, you're processing it. And then, of course, you got to use vinegar to clean out the vat every couple of runs to get rid of all the calcium buildup and deposits. And but yeah, I've been running this for a couple of years, and it's fine. It's great. Just get the one that has the programmable screen, not the one that has the just the on-off. You don't want that one, which is a pity because I would like the red one. The red one looks nice. Also, you want the 750 watt one. So see how this says 750 watts? That's the one you want. You do not want the 1500 watt one, because they also have a 1500 watt one. Like here's a 900 watt one. And maybe they got rid of the 1500 watt one. For a while, they were selling one that ran at 1500 watts. The problem is there's only so much energy you can pump into water inside this vat. And so, yes, the 1500 watt one was faster. It used twice the power and saved you about 20 minutes. It's like, why bother for 20 minutes? I'd rather pay half the price, because you're using about 63 cents of electricity, and you're only saving 20 minutes, but it's costing you double. Now if it cost you double and saved you half the time, okay, I could see that, but it doesn't. It only saves you 20 minutes. So you get the 750 watt one, and it takes about 3.5 hours to make a gallon of water. And I got the one with the glass carafe, just so I don't have to worry about plastic. Although I kind of wish I had the plastic jug, that'd be handy. What I'm eventually going to do is I'm going to put a 40-gallon tank underneath the counter, and I'm going to pipe this into that 40-gallon tank, and then have a spigot, a USB rechargeable, spigot on the countertop going into that tank as well. And so I just keep running this until that tank fills up, and this way I always have a reserve of like 40 gallons of drinking water. I also use it for the ice machine, the coffee machines, the espresso machine. The drinking distilled water is fine. When you mix in your coffee and your sugar and your salt and your juice mix and whatever else you're mixing with it, it's going to be fine. And if you're really worried about it, add a pinch of salt. That's all that's missing, is you're missing the salts. But it's largely a myth that distilled water is bad for you. It's as a matter of fact, it's almost entirely a myth. I'm not aware of any aspect of drinking distilled water is bad for you as a myth. The most wonderful one I hear is that the distilled water will draw the minerals out of your digestive system. And where do you think that water goes? It goes back into your digestive system. So even if it manages to draw some minerals out of you, you're just going to reabsorb those minerals. Okay, here's something that people don't realize. I got to try to keep this as family safe as possible, okay? I want you to go look up a biology diagram of your digestive system. So, the tube that connects to your bladder is called the urethra. That's what you pee out of, both men and women. It just goes to a different place in men and women. So you have the urethra, which is where the pee comes out, and that goes to your bladder. Now, I want you to go look at your digestive system, and I want you to look for the connection between your digestive system and your bladder. There isn't one. You do not urinate the water you drink. That's not how it works. When your body has too much water, your kidneys extract the water from your tissue and then send it to the bladder. Okay? There's no connection between your intestines and your bladder. So even if the distilled water could somehow magically, that is too high of an audio input. Even if the distilled water could somehow magically draw minerals out of your intestinal lining, it's just going to get reabsorbed back into your intestinal lining, because unless you're shitting out water, there's no place for the water to go. It's amazing how they think, oh, it draws out your minerals and then you pee it out. You can't. Your penis doesn't connect to your intestines. That's not how it works. Distilled water can't hurt you. Now, you've heard of people actually getting sick and sometimes even dying from drinking too much water. That's not exactly true. What's actually happening is that they are running out of minerals and electrolytes. And the minerals and electrolytes do not come out of your urine. They come out of your sweat. That's why your sweat tastes salty. Okay? So what's happening is because these people, it's not the water killing them. It's the fact that they are not replenishing their salts and minerals that they're sweating out that kills them. Okay? That's why you drink energy drinks, electrolyte drinks, Gatorade. All right? Trust me, the zero sugar Gatorade is just fine. Exactly. When you lose 1 pound of weight, guess how you lost it? Guess where it went? You just exhaled 1 pound of CO2. Every gram of weight you lose comes out of your mouth. You breathe it out. Or you sweat it out, but that's just water, and your body replaces that. I mean, technically you can lose some mass by sweating because minerals and stuff come out and salts come out with the sweat, but your body then is going to replace that. So that's going to be kept in equilibrium. But yeah, every pound you lose is, you breathe it out. Think about it. Where else can it go? Well, you poop it out. No, that's not what poop is. What poop is whatever's left over from what you ate that it was unable to digest. So whatever of this did not get absorbed in your intestines, that's what comes out as poop. Yeah, it's amazing how, well, I don't want to get too much onto this because it can quickly go downhill quickly, but the core problem is that we don't teach people biology. You don't learn biology unless you go to like AP biology in high school or you go to college. In grade school, we do not teach students biology. We teach them Christian biology. 60% of the textbooks that we make for grade schools in the United States of America come from 2 publishers, and both of those publishers are owned by Christian churches. And I wouldn't be surprised if a significant number of the rest of the 40% are also owned by churches or influenced by churches. And so they manipulate the textbooks. They don't straight up lie, but it's effectively a lie. It's a lie of omission. That's the reason most people don't understand things like gay people and transgender people and pee and distilled water and poop and how you can die from drinking too much. The reason people don't understand this kind of stuff is because they're being taught biblically safe biology. They're being taught just enough biology to not be an affront to the Bible. And that's it. Which is why people who go into biology in college get a rude awakening. And I didn't know any of this. No shit, Sherlock, because the Christian church doesn't control the textbooks in college. And you might think, why is that relevant? 54% of the U.S. adult population is functionally illiterate. It all of a sudden makes sense to me why the news and propaganda and all this stuff works so effectively. It's because 54% of the population is illiterate. 21% of the population is illiterate, adult population, and 54% of the population is functionally illiterate. What's that mean? That means 54% of the population, the adult population, does not have a literacy beyond about the 5th grade or about 10 years old, which means those Christian textbooks is all they know. And that's why when you try to explain things like sex and gender and pee and poop and biology to these people, it's not even so much that they won't understand. A lot of them won't. They can't. They're functionally illiterate. They literally do not understand the explanation you're giving them. And that is freaking sad. That's just, idiocracy. No, I do not have a bamboo. That can happen. Well, the water won't give you kidney stones. Again, that's not how kidney stones form. But depending on the water you're drinking, it could accelerate a kidney stone problem. So if you have a very high mineral count water, well, that's if you have it's like sodium is bad for your heart. That's not true. Sodium does not cause high blood pressure. Sodium is not bad for your heart. Sodium is not bad for high blood pressure. Sodium is only bad if you have high blood pressure. If you have high blood pressure, now you need to avoid salt because it'll make that worse. Same thing with the kidney stones. You have a kidney stone problem, and high mineral content water can and sometimes will make that kidney stone problem worse. And by the way, God bless you, because I don't ever want to experience kidney stones. I've seen a close-up picture of kidney stones. Let me tell you how to create an analog model of kidney stones. I want you to go get an entire box of single-edge razors, and I want you to pick them up with a magnet so that those razor blades form a ball of razor blades. That's a kidney stone. Ah! You just shrank up a little bit thinking about that. That's gotta hurt like hell. Jesus. The first time I saw it was like a rainbow-like picture because it was like clear. You were seeing through it, sort of. And it was just like, that looks like a ball of razor blades. And the doctor's like, that's exactly what it is. And that's why it hurts so much. It's literally slicing the shit out of you as it comes out. But, yeah, this water distiller is amazing. Mine has been perfect. I've had it for like 3 years now, 3+ years, and it's fine. What I don't know is there enough pressure to put a tube on the end of this socket so that I can run this tube from here down to under the counter and run it into like a 40-gallon tank. I got like a 40-gallon tank. And I just want to be able to just keep running it. And then when I have 40 gallons, I don't have to run it for a month. And then, maybe even get to the point where I run 2 of them, simultaneously, because you have to wait 3.5 hours each, so you can only run it 4 times a day, and only if you run it at exactly the right time so that you don't bump into your high peak power usage time window. So if I had 2 or 3 of them, I could just run 2 or 3 of them at the same time and have all 3 piped right into that 40-gallon tank. And then, because if you have hard water, you cannot use hard water in any small appliances. So like my cat watering fountain here, you cannot use hard water in that. It'll destroy it. In 1 week, that pump will be dead. No, I mean, is gravity enough to pull it through that silicone tube into the tank? I don't know if just the fall rate in the coil is enough. It'll drip out of the tube, but if I extend that tube, will it keep dripping or will it back up? I'm not sure. I mean, there is pressure inside there, so I think it will push it out. Good for you. Where do you live that your water was that bad? And you don't need 40 psi. Your household water is only running at like 18. The water coming out of your sink is running at less than 20. 40 psi is a lot. Let me put it this way. To tell you how hard our water is here in Edgewood. Actually, it's also the minerals. It's a limestone aquifer. Yeah, I bet it does. I don't ever want to experience that, Lee. Man, oh man, I'm glad you got that situated. The little dripping, the little water running, yeah, it's the cat fountain. Yeah, it deleted all my filters. Usually I have a filter, a cut-off filter, so you don't hear when I'm not talking. Yeah, for some reason, there's like a air getting into it somewhere. I don't know why, because it's not supposed to make any noise. But I got a new one anyway. I used my last $100. Oh, actually, you've got good water compared to what we have then, Cassandra. We have Epcor, and it's the shits. I'll bring a bottle of it if we ever meet, because I got to meet you to get the nanopolymer. I'll bring a little bottle of water and you can taste it. It's now technically you can't taste hard water. Hard water has no taste. It's just calcium. It's the other minerals that we're tasting, and those are also high. Now nothing in our water is dangerous. We get a water report every year. The water is perfectly safe, You can drink it. It's not going to hurt you. I use it to shower. I use it to wash. The only time I have problems with my pots and pans is with my stainless steel pots and pans. Those, and also the porcelain for some reason. What you'll get is it looks like a scum coating. You ever get scum in the shower? It's not scum. It's something else. It's calcium. It's a little powdered layer of calcium that manifests on the surface when the water evaporates. So you just take, a sponge, a little bit of vinegar, and just wipe it out, and that takes care of all the calcium. And but any small appliance with a little water pump in it, so my cat watering fountain, my espresso machine, my coffee machine, my Keurig K-cup thingy-majiggy, the humidifiers, water coolers, the ice machine, all of those things, I cannot use the tap water. It destroys them in 4 to 6 days. I'm not kidding. 4 to 6 days. My hot water tank, if I put a regular $20 heating element in there and just turn the water tank on, within 2 weeks the heating element is either broken or gone. I've seen the element get eaten away until there's nothing left. So I have to get these ultra low power density heating elements. It's the same 4,500 watts, but it's 3 times the amount of metal. Like, you can't even stick it in the water tank. You have to do this, and you have to work it into the water tank because it's got S-curves in it. Because the amount of reaction you get with the calcium in the water is directly linear to power density. So how much heat per square inch of surface area. So if you triple the surface area, you get 1/6 of the calcium concentration. So the more you can increase the surface area, the less the calcium becomes a problem. On top of that, I do not run hot water in the house. There is no hot water in the house. Well, not now because it broke. It almost killed me. But the hot water tank under the kitchen sink it's 110 volts, so it's low power. It lasts about 3 years. That gives me hot water at the sink. When we need hot water, we turn the breaker on for the hot water tank. Actually, I got to replace it, but I have a Wi-Fi switch. I just open up an app on my phone and I turn on inching. I just go tap, and the hot water tank turns on for 60 minutes and then turns off. 60 minutes is long enough to heat up the entire 50 gallons. By doing that, I can get about 3.5 years on a heating element instead of 2 weeks. Eventually, I want to design and build my own hot water tank. I actually have a 45-gallon natural or propane hot water tank that someone gave me. Actually, I think it's natural gas, but they went with propane instead for whatever reason. They couldn't get natural gas, or it's the other way around. It's natural gas and they needed propane, or it's propane and they needed natural gas. But anyway, they gave it to me for free because they didn't need it, but it was brand new, never used. So my plan is to remove the tank from its insulation. It's just a steel tank on the inside, and put like Kenovo silicone heaters on the outside of the tank like you use for a 3D printer, and put a temperature controller with it and heat the tank from the outside. This way the actual heating element never touches the water, and that should be substantially more efficient. What I plan to do is, like, right in the middle have the 240 volt heaters, and then at the bottom have like a 24 volt silicone heater, and connect that to a solar panel so it'll just passively warm up the water in the tank with the solar during the day, and then the 240 volts just needs to heat it the rest of the way to full temperature whenever I flip it on. Eventually that's what I'll do. And then every now and then I just have to empty out the tank, put a couple gallons of vinegar in there, get rid of all the buildup, and then drain it out. And what else? Oh, our hard water. So hard water is measured in what's called grains. And the typical range is 1 to 10. So 1 to 5 is considered soft water, and 5 to 9 is considered hard water. And 8, 9, and 10 is considered very hard water. So where does Edgewood Epcor water end up on the 1 to 10 scale? Okay, so hang on, let me do this right here. No. Okay, so here's 1 to 10. Okay, so 1 is soft, 10 is very hard. Edgewood water, where's Edgewood water on 1 to 10? 55. It's off the scale. That's how hard it is. Oh my god. I actually have to take apart my shower head because not the shower head itself, but I think the fixture itself has a calcium blockage in it because I'm getting very low pressure. It's like an extremely unsatisfying shower. Well, because the hard water's not damaging, and you can buy a water softener. Now, they offered, I would have paid, they offered to take care of the hard water at the source. So, an industrial softener, and then they would add an amount to our bill to pay for that softener. Because it's not just a softener. There's only one way to remove, there are 2 ways to remove calcium from water, and there are only 2 ways. Any other way you find out about is a scam. Okay? 1, you boil it and distill it. Okay, not just boil it, you have to actually distill it. Just boiling it doesn't do anything. You actually have to let the water vapor all evaporate and put it through a distiller. Okay, so you distill the water. Obviously, that's extraordinarily expensive and energy intensive to do it on an industrial scale. Number 2 is you use what's called an ion exchange. The water is not going to give you the calcium. It wants it. It's not going to give it to you. You have to offer it something in exchange. And so what you do is you exchange a calcium ion for a sodium ion. So you make your water slightly salty, basically. And most of the time you can't taste it. So you do what's called an ion exchange, a sodium ion exchange. And that's what the softener does. It exchanges the calcium ion for the sodium ion. And now you have soft water. Because the salt doesn't do the same thing as the calcium does. Well, the problem is they're about $1,000 plus installation. Okay, so about $2,000 to get a cheap distiller or a softener installed. And here's why it costs so much. Because it has consumables. You have to put salt and resin beads into the softener. And you have to do that monthly. And the cost to soften 55 grain water is about $40 a month in salt. My water bill is $32. So I'm going to double my water bill to have soft water? And then all the maintenance to go along with that? No. Now, almost, yeah. Like my bathroom sink, I actually have a scraper that I sit next to the sink. And every now and then I take the scraper and go and I scrape the salt off the little aerator screen that is on the end of your bathroom faucet. I have to scrape the salt off. Scrape it off so water comes out. I was actually thinking about saving the calcium deposits that I get from the extractor from the distiller, scraping it out and saving it, and then mixing it with Splenda, and then packing it into tablets. Because what do you think Tums is? It's calcium carbonate mixed with Splenda. That's it. That's all it is. It's calcium carbonate and a sweetener. So I'm wondering, can I make my own Tums, my own Rolaids? Might be interesting. Well, something I was thinking I would want to know what's in that, but I don't need to know what's in it. We get a water test and the water's safe. So eating the calcium that I take out of the water would also be safe. And but the calcium tablets are so cheap. I don't want to do it to save money. I want to do it just because I want to be able to say I can. That's it, just because I can. Let's see here. So I think that's enough of an angle to take care of the problem. Now the panel is not going to fully cover this. But I don't want sharp edges, so I'm going to get rid of the tip here. Just so it's not so pointy. Okay. Now, here's something else that I thought of. I just thought of this now. I cannot believe it took me this long to think of this. Instead of trying to glue it or fasten it, why don't I just slot it? I don't know why I didn't think of that, but it's such a good idea that I'm going to do it. So Control D, do this, then unselect and reselect so it doesn't do a repeat. Control D, turn it into a hole, drop it down to about there. Okay. Join. Okay, that works. Okay, this is going to work. Then I put a box here. I make it big like this. And I make it 2 millimeters thick, I think is enough. No, I don't need that much. I could do it 5, 6. Because it's going to, it's not going to get anywhere near the ends. I'll just do it 10. Because it's not going to get anywhere near the ends. Then we do this. Align. On you. Center. Join. This is going to work. We don't need to go all the way down to the bottom. So we can go about halfway. Let's do 25. 25. No, let's stick with 20. Let's do this. Okay, something's not right here. Did I move this? You and you should be aligned. And you are. Okay. So I just need to move you out. To something like that. Okay. We take off the end. Oh, this is going to work so well. We turn this into a hole. And we cut 2 channels. Just like that. Boom! Now my roof pieces will just slide right in there. And then I could put a little plug on the end here to make sure it can't come out. Or even put a hole through there and stick a piece of filament in there to lock it in place. Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? That's such a good idea. Now I just print this as big as I can, 300 millimeters. And I just slide it into this channel. And I'll have one of these on each of these. Oh yeah. This is such a good idea. Okay, now what I need to do is take this, split you apart. We don't need you anymore. I need to take this and split it apart again. I need to take this, Control D. For now, let's make it taller so I can manipulate it. I need to make this 0.9 millimeters smaller in both directions. So I need to make this 9 and 9. Is that enough? I need to basically to print in vase mode. But I can't actually print it in vase mode. Because I have to print it sideways. I wonder if I can actually... Wait a minute. No. Can I build it right into it? No, because it'll be off the surface. No, it has to be like this. Okay, let's see, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Think, Chris, think. How do you want to do this? Think. The problem is I don't want this to have top and bottom layers, but I do want this to have top and bottom layers. How do I do that? Let's get this cut out first. So I need this to fit over top of it. I need this to be effectively one perimeter. Can I even print that? 0.8. If I make it 0.9, that's 3 layers, which should be okay. So 0.9 and 0.9 is 1.8, which is 48.8. So 48.8 by 48.8. Okay. Align on you there and there. Okay, and this is 50 tall, right? Really? Come on. Yeah. So we'll make this 49 tall, 45 tall. Okay, Control D. That is not what I want. Control D. And align here. Center there. Okay. Okay, they're now hollowed out. I don't like that. I don't like that at all, but... Although... I can just print this vertically. I mean, technically that's enough angle that it should work, but it would be better to print it on its side. Okay, let's do this. Let's delete you. Nope. Let's undo this. Delete this. Okay. Let's make this 374, 74, no, 375. And then make this 375, 375, okay. And now I should just be able to join it all. Join. And that should give me 2 holes in the bottom. Yes, it does. Okay. Now I need to plug it full of holes. So first we're going to separate it so I can see these parts. Take you, and we're going to extend you so I can see it. And then we're going to join the 2 of you together to make this easy. Now what I need to do is put lightning holes in it. Okay, control. Oh, I need to go over this way a little bit. Okay, control D. Why can't I go that way? Why the hell can't I go that way? Back up 1. Actually go forward 1. Let's do it again. Control D. Come on. Okay. Now these are 34.25 wide. Why did it have to be an odd number? Join them. Okay. Control D. Oh, come on. What the hell is your problem? And then we go this way. Negative 17.12. Okay, that works. I need to come down a little bit. Down a little more. Okay. Control D. I think I need to go up a tiny bit. Yep. Okay. Control D. Okay, I can't take any more out of there. Okay. We take all these, we split them up, and we start deleting the ones that are too many. Delete. Control D. Why does it insist on doing that? Go sideways, damn you! Or I will bite you. And it will not be a friendly bite. Actually, I got a better idea. I got a better idea. Okay. Join. Okay. So now we take this and we move it up here. Like that. And we take the whole thing and we lift it up a little bit. So we have a bit more of a gap down there. Now, we take this, we put it on this plane here, like this. Like this. And then we do this. And we lower it until we're in here. Join. Okay. And then we do the same thing on the back. We put a block here. We do this, this, this. Oh, I gotta go more. And we do this. There. There we go. Okay. I'm missing something. Where the hell's my block that was down here? Oh, yeah. Duh. Control D. Bring you out here. How tall do I actually need that? Oh, 50. So I only need to go in 25. (101), 81. Okay. Okay. Control D. Alrighty. So we put a box here. We lift up a little bit. We invert it. And we bring it out. We get rid of that. Go out the back. Do the same thing. Box. You're not going to let me grab it, are you? Bring it up a little bit. Invert it. And do this. And go like that. I want you to go away. Thank you. Okay. Now I do want to get rid of this. Oh, I gotta get rid of that too. This stupid butt muncher. Why? Get rid of that little chunky. Okay. Now we turn this into a hole and we pass it through. And then we join everything together. There. That lightened it quite a bit. So that will sit right on top of these. I can print that sideways. And then these panels will slot right into this. Oh, you like that lamp? This is a corral to surround my air conditioning thing outside. But there's the lamp. That is now uploaded on Printables and Thingiverse. Do I still have the link? No. I'll get the link. My profile, 3D models. It's on Thingiverse and Printables. Takes about 1 kilogram of plastic. It all prints flat, except for the screws to attach it to your wall or your post. No screws or glue or fasteners is required. Everything threads together. Everything prints without support. No support needed. Everything just threads together. These actually print flat. Use 12% gyroid. If you're using a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, you may need to adjust your gyroid if you're using a different size nozzle. And then this is flexible with no top bottom layers. You just bend it into a curve and then you slide it into these channels in the piece here. And it works shockingly well. It's absolutely beautiful. I've also redesigned the top to allow you to use 3 of these, so you can actually make this thing appreciably bright if you want. And so I'm going to print the one with the 3 and see how that comes out. And then this just slots right in just like that. And no glue, no fasteners. You just need 4 screws to attach this to the bracket and 4 screws to attach this to your wall, your mount, or your post, or whatever you're going to attach this to. But yeah, that came out really freaking nice. There's also 3 holes in the top here. You can print tabs. It'll give you 3 eye hooks on the top there, so you can hang it by a chain if you want to hang it by a chain. The bottom just threads in. So this just threads in. It all just threads together. Yeah, I am super. If you go to printables.com, I give you the item number in the description. You have to go to AliExpress. It's the only place I can find it. I had a bunch of credit on Temu, so I was hoping to get them on Temu, but they're not on Temu. Go to AliExpress and type 8cm, 8 centimeter, solar base. Solar BASE. And you'll find, just look for this picture, and you'll find them. The best deal was the one that I linked to. It's $7.16 for 2 of them. So if you order 2 plus 1, you get it for less than $4 each. So very cheap, and that includes the nickel metal hydride battery, the solar panels, the bulb. It's a whole self-contained unit. And then that unit just fits right in there just like that. Now, if you accidentally get the there's two different lamps available. One of them is slightly bigger than the other. If you accidentally get the bigger one, that's okay. That hole's for the bigger one. This adapter adapts down to the smaller one. Now, the only thing is you cannot use the bigger ones in the triple head because I would have to redesign it to make it bigger. I might eventually make a really big one of these just because I want to and put 6 of those bulbs, a radial array of 6 bulbs in there. And then I'm thinking about having like fairy lights in the middle twinkling. So you'll have the 6 illuminated bulbs that'll actually light up the ground, and then you'll have the twinkling lights in the middle to give it a little, decorative look. So I'm thinking about doing that too. Like the mason jar lights. If I can find mason jar lights that twinkle, that do a little twinkle, I think that'd be really, really cool. So I'm going to work on designing that if I can find one. If anybody finds one, a little circular solar lid, or even like a plug-in one. They make a plug-in one that's just a straight bulb. There's no big bulb hanging down. And if there's an RGB one of those, that'd be pretty cool too. Where it would just change colors. That would look nice too. And yeah, this is cool. This came out really nice. This is just black and white. Of course, I use transparent for the panels, and you can use other colors that are transparent if you want a colored light. And then this is the orange and blue. There's also a second bracket included that puts it further out so that you can put it on a flat wall. Obviously, you need to make sure wherever you mount these, they get enough light for the solar panel to charge up. I'm even thinking about eventually making my own version of this and running it off like an 18650 cell with a solar panel with a wire that you can run up to the roof where the solar panel can get good light, and that would allow you to make it brighter. But I like this because it's cheap, less than $4. It's a self-contained unit. Literally, you're buying just this. That's it. You print this, you thread it all together, you pop this in, and you're done. But yeah, AliExpress.com. Do a search for 8 centimeter solar base. I have the part number. If you're in the US, I have the part number on the printables page and the Thingiverse page. You can just type in that, you just copy and paste that part number on AliExpress. This is going to be this thing here. So this giant little monstrosity here is going to cover my AC unit outside. So these would fit in here like this. I'm just going to rough this in. It might not be exact, but it'll be close enough. There we go. Close enough. And then Control D. Ooh, that's a complex job. Let's download this before Tinkercad throws a fit. And this is going to be the truss. ENCL-truss. Export. STL. This is probably going to take a little plastic, but I think I'll just do this with no infill. Just 2 perimeters and no infill. Come on. Let's try that again. There it goes. You got him. Okay. Okay. This will sit here like this. That will sit something like that. That will sit something like that. Yep, just like that. Okay, Control D, bring you over here, like this. That will sit like that. I don't like that huge gap on the front. It's not bad, but it's also not what I want. Control D. Let's flip you over 180 degrees. Nailed it. There we go. That will slide in there like that. All right. Control D. And we want it something like that. There we go. That's it right there. That's the unit right there. Now I'm actually thinking that I should have this channel curve down to here and actually have this actually curve down like a Rolodex desk, and so it'll go all the way down to here to better cover the front, but I don't know if I need to. I think I might be overthinking it. I could also just print one of these bigger. You know, have an extension come off of this right here so that this will fill in this space better like that. I could do that as well. That's why I have such an angle, so that the snow will slough off of it. And now I have a brace every 12 inches, every 11 inches. So this is only about 11 inches. And then there's ridges. It's only 2 layers thick, which is 0.6 millimeters. Or is it 3 layers? It might be 0.9 millimeters, 3 layers thick. And then there's these ribs to give it some longitudinal strength. And now that I think about it, I no longer need to cut off. Is that a different color? Yeah, I don't need to cut them off anymore. So they can be the same width all the way across. Okay. It's 300. There we go. Roof. Okay, so that could be a full 300 across. Those ribs will give it some stiffness. I'm hoping that what I'll probably also do is I will adjust the infill so that the infill goes this way, the direction I want the snow to slide. Although printing it on a plate, that surface should be pretty smooth. I don't think that matters. But my hope is that that is strong enough. If it's not strong enough, it wouldn't be that hard to print a rod that will go like through one of these holes and go across underneath these to give them a little support in the middle if they need it. But my gut tells me not enough snow is going to capture on top of this 1 square foot to collapse this. And if it does, it'll cost me 50 cents to print a new one, so I don't care. I'll just try it. I can even fill in the rest of this just by printing a short piece to fill in the rest of this, or make this a bit smaller, like make this 200 millimeters and then print 2 of them. But then there's going to be a gap. I don't want the gap. No, I don't want the gap. Now in this case here, you can see the rib doesn't go all the way to the edge, and there should be enough play that I can take this extra piece I insert into here and have it go on top of this one. And of course, if I use a 400 millimeter printer, I could just make this longer. So I would need to make this 370 millimeters. So a 400 millimeter printer, I could print this in one piece. Just make it 371 millimeters. But this is designed for a 334. But yeah, the only thing I don't like is I don't like this bracket. This bracket is ridiculously overkill. In fact, I'm thinking about taking out more of the center, because this bracket is going to take up so much freaking plastic. Let's see. If it's under 100 grams, I'll leave it, because it does look nice. But if it's over 100 grams, screw that. I'm getting rid of it. Let's see how, but that it looks like it's going to be chunky. It's going to take a lot of plastic. Oh, and now here's the other question. Will it even fit? Like, can I rotate this enough to make it fit? No, I cannot. Okay, that's a problem. So there is no way to make this fit on this size printer bed. It'll fit on a 400 millimeter bed, but it will not fit on a I can print this on a 400 millimeter bed, but I can't print this on a 300 millimeter bed. Is there anything I can do to cheat? Well, I'm going to slice it anyway just to see how much plastic it takes. The problem is I don't think I can get away with printing this standing up. We can try. Let's see, X, I need a Y rotation of -90. Nope, that was wrong. Maybe a X rotation of -90. And then a Z rotation of 45. That might fit. Yeah. I can make it fit. Just lop off the corners. But the question is, will that print? Let's see what it looks like. Let's do 3 top, 2 bottom, 2 walls, not vase mode. Let's do 0.3. It won't be as strong this way, but it's still going to be overkill. Just shut up and print it. Now that should not be using single extrusion mode. Because that's larger than 0.8. So why is it doing single extrusion for that? That's annoying. I really do not want it to do that. I think I know how to cheat. Let's do outside in. It's still trying to do single extrusion. It should not be doing that. How do I turn off single extrusion? It just gets rid of it. So technically that's too thick somehow? That should not be a problem to print. I mean, I purposely made it the correct size to not have a problem with that. Oh, I messed up. I messed something up. Hang on. I definitely messed something up. Okay. I screwed something up. Hang on. I realized that I did this wrong. How big is this? The hell? Yeah, it's 49 by 49. Okay. Let's break this apart. Now how big is it? It's 48. Drop. Split it. Split. What? It's 48.8. Okay. So I need 48.4. So 48.6. For 8.4. Okay. For 8.6. And that's actually okay to be that big. For 8.6. For 8.6. For 48.4. can't do that. Will it let me do that? Can I get away with that? That's a 0.5 millimeter. That takes away all my tolerance. I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to try it. See, I missed when the CR10s were 310 by 310. So you had a little tiny bit of buffer space to play shenanigans with the size. There's no way I can make that smaller. I'd have to redo everything. Come on. How are we doing on Amazon this week? We're up to $23. And we are $811 toward the $4,000 goal. So if I hit $4,000 in revenue, not in my money, but if I hit revenue of $4,000, I'll get an extra $120 flat fee bonus. So if this number here gets to 4,000, no, not that number. Well, this is wrong too. This is a rolling 30-day number. If this number here, if this total for the month gets to 4,000, then I'll get an extra 120. Did that save? Yes, it did. Okay, there's the truss. Oh, wrong one. I need this one. It does not go outside the area because I made it exactly 300 by 300. So I don't want to hear it. It's still trying to do single extrusion. Why is it doing that? There's enough space here. It does not need to do that. Why is it doing that? It's printing the end wall, and that's the exact same size. So why is it using single extrusion for this? This wall and this wall are the exact same size, but it's treating this wall as if it needs to do a single extrusion. What happens if I tell it to do one perimeter? Still does single extrusion. Okay. What happens if I tell it to do a 0.7 extrusion at 1.1? It's going to need to be 1.2. It's just messing with me now. This is going to fail. This is not going to work. If it tries to print this as a single extrusion, it's not going to have any attachment here. It's just not going to work. The rest of it looks like it'll work. Oh my God. Yeah, no. We're not printing 700 grams for that. Oh, it's full of infill. It's full of 25% infill. But even without infill, it's going to be a lot. It's still 338 grams. That's way, way heavier than I want. Okay, so we can't do that. What can I do? What can I do? The only way I could think to cheat this would be to make it 3 pieces. A bottom piece, a top piece, and then 2 verticals to attach it together. That's the only way I could think of to cheat it. I can print this, but most other people would have trouble printing this. And if I use this top nah, there's no way that would work. Would it? No way. Could that work? I mean, could that work? That's 450 grams. And it's still trying to do that fucking wall, single wall. Why does it have a boner for doing this single wall? I mean, I guess technically it is a single extrusion. I mean, I know how to fix it now, but... Okay, let's think here. How can we lower the mass? Well, one of the first things I can do is turn these hexagons the other way, so that we don't have these top and bottom layers here. We just have the, it needs to be diamond, basically. That could work, though, but even doing that, it's going to be so freaking heavy. There's got to be a way I can make this lighter. Okay. I know how to fix this. I just got to put a little panel extension on here. Actually, just make it bigger. Okay. So we take this and this, we join it, we make this 50.8, 50.8. That's one extrusion, and 51.6. That takes care of the single wall. Okay. Because now there's enough room here for 2 extrusions. So we take this, this, and this. Join it. What's taking so long? This is not a complex maneuver. this, and this, join, with this, join. There it goes. So now this is thick enough to be, actually I do need to make it a little bit bigger this way. So 375.4, 375.4. That'll just make it bigger. That'll just make it massively bigger. It'll make the diagonal worse. Cheating by printing something diagonally works when the part is thin. So, for example, when you want to print something like, this lying down, if it's too big, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, you can rotate it 45 degrees and you get a little more. But you very quickly run into these sides, and that's what's happening here. But this new way of printing it should work if I can make it lighter. Right now it's just too heavy. So what I need to do is make these, first of all I gotta make these hex, well I don't have to make them bigger, but I do have to rotate them. So we take this, no, not that. We take this, we do that, and we do that, and we do that, and we do this, we do this, we do this, we do this, does that get them all? Yes, that gets them all. So now I take this, 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 and this. Oh, first we need to make this bigger so that I can get rid of this stupid little piece here. Okay, so we make that bigger. Okay, we take this, 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 and this, we join them, and we hide it. Okay, I don't need this anymore. Now we take and delete these. We take this, we split it. Alright, we get all of these except for this one. And we delete them. Not what I wanted to do. I forgot to deselect the red. All except this one and this one. Okay. So now I believe it is 60 degrees. Or it's going to be 30, I think. Yes, 30 degrees. We have our thick bottom. We get a little bit away from there. Okay. Deselect, reselect, Control D. We move you up to here. Why can't I rotate? Thank you. Okay. Okay. We're only going to move down one, so I can get rid of these two. Okay, now we take all of these, we unselect the red, we join them. Why isn't that lining up? Because I did it wrong. have to put the work plane here. Control D. I have to do this. That's what I have to do. Then I have to take this and this. Control D. And then move it this way. Not what I fucking wanted you to do. Wanker. You and you. Control D. Do this way. Come on, come on. Is that good? Yeah. Okay, that will work. Okay. Now I select all of these. Oh, stop doing that. Why? Why do you have to select that stuff over there? It's like, why do you gotta be a nudge? Okay. Do this and this, this. I think that looks good. Let's do one more. Okay. Oh, it's doing it again. Why? Why? It is so aggravating when it does that. It insists on grabbing things that are elsewhere on the goddamn screen. I don't know why it does that. I don't even know what the hell it's grabbing. It's grabbing that. It's not grabbing that. Oh, yes, it is. And it's grabbing that. Nope. And this. I don't even know what it's grabbing. I gotta find out what angle. There we go. What angle I can use to grab it and stop it from snatching up everything else. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Oh, it's moving everything. That's right. Can I grab it again? I need to unselect the red. And what I need to do is come down here like that. Okay. Now if I join all this together, and now bring back my cutaway tool. Okay. Let's hide this. Okay. Let's put you here. That looks good to me. Join it with you. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens. Where is my tools? What the hell? Oh, it just wasn't highlighted. So I should be able to make that bigger, because that's not working. That's supposed to light up. Okay. That should work. Looks like I need to make that bigger. That's not working. I need to put a tool on here. There we go. I can't tell which one's which. There. Okay. You. Well, some of this needs to be bigger. Much bigger. So I can just do this, and do this. You know, I really don't care if it cuts those tips off. Okay. So, you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Join together. Join it to you. Cut. Turn you into a hole. And cut. Oh, I did it backwards. And join. Okay. That is better. I should get rid of those, but for now I'm going to leave them. I'll come back and fix it if it makes sense to. And I should probably take off a bit of this bottom to make this stronger as well. In fact, let's just do it right. Let's see. These are all separate, right? No, they're joined. So I should be able to delete that one. We don't need it. And delete that one. Don't need it. Okay. Let's put a block here. Don't be lazy. Just do it right. That's how you break things when you get lazy. Okay, that and that. Join. And then join to this. Oh, they're all separate now. Oh, that's okay. Select everything. If it doesn't try to be cute, it's not. Now all I gotta do is unselect the red and join. That's a bit of a complex mesh. I don't care. Okay, hole and join. Okay, there we go. That's looking better. Now let's rotate this like that and export it. Boy, this is so big. I know another way I can lighten this too. I'm going to have to do it, because this is entirely too heavy. But let's see how it prints. If you get good with spatial relations, if you practice with spatial relations, it helps a lot. Alright, version number 2497. Okay. Wow, half a freaking... And it's still doing it separate? No, it's not. Okay. I was going to get mad. You're gonna be like, are you messing with me? Okay. Okay, I got to get rid of all this, because not only is that a lot of time, it's also a lot of plastic. In actuality, I don't need this either, because the two ends are going to hold it. I only need these three faces. See, I need it to be like this. So what's the threshold? There has to be a setting where there's a threshold for that. Layers. Outer size compensation. There has to be a way of getting it to not do that. I don't even know what it's called. Well, first of all, what happens if I bring this down to 0.2? Do I even need to? It does reduce the plastic usage. Okay, so that worked. That got rid of the stupid stuff. And that'll go away when I get rid of the top and bottom layers. Man, that's 4 days to print these things. This would print so fast on its side. This would print so bloody fast on its side. That's why I wanted to get rid of that, because I don't want these bottom layers here. Just for the hell of it, tools, variable. Let's see what happens if I do that. So 1.5, we'll add you there. We'll also add you there. And then this middle section, we'll turn off the top and bottom layers. Takes an hour off and takes like 80 grams. So it really doesn't save much time. It's just too damn big. What happens if I go back up to 0.3? And if I make this just going to add the wiggles again. Oh, it knocks a lot of time off. It knocks 7 hours off. And it's about the same amount of filament. And getting rid of the top and bottom layer stops it from adding the wiggles. Okay. Okay. The next thing I need to do is to get rid of this little piece here, add these points back in so I can get rid of this open gap, and then I need to carve this out. Take a big old chunk out of it. Okay. Where the hell's my rotation? Here it is. Man, this thing is so big. Okay. Okay, so I can just get rid of this one. I'll just make that go away. I think I can make these go away too. Lighten it up a bit. Okay. Then we have to unblock this. I thought I unblocked it. There it goes. I don't think I need this, but I'm going to keep it anyway. Just as a bounding box. You, and you. Join. Select everything. Except the red. Join. God damn fly. Need the fan. Keep the fly away. I now hereby decree this a no-fly zone. Buzz off. Let's do a little bit more. Let's get rid of this one. And I think I want to... Oh, I want to get rid of that one. Go away. Get rid of you too. Okay. I think I also want to get rid of you. And I want to get rid of you too. Okay. Let's hide you. Let's get rid of this mess. Really? You're back to that again? Oh, for Christ's sake, come on. Stop being a nudge. Why? Why does it do that? I just don't why does it insist on grabbing that crap? You know what I'm going to do? How about... How about you suck it? Yeah, now what are you going to do? Now what are you going to do? Huh? Yeah, go ahead. Make my day. Ha! Ha! Now what are you going to do? Nothing! That's what you're going to do. Dirty, rotten wanker. Yeah. That's what I thought. Punk. Oh. Wait a minute. I got rid of that. You should be gone. And I want to keep you. No, we're getting rid of you too. Okay. Did it auto-select it? It did. Okay, much faster too. Okay. Okay. Now comes the tricky part. How do I do this? I think I need to put a box here. And we're going to cut to about here. Then I need to put a box in here. Like this. Let's do like that. And then I need to do a box here. Like this. And we're going to do to about there. And then we're going to do a box here. Approximately like this. Okay. Now, I think I'm going to use an upside down pyramid. Let's do transparent. So we're going to do something like that, but really tall. We're going to keep 5 millimeters. Oh, come on. Let's keep 6 millimeters. Oh, we better keep 10. Okay. Okay, like that. Where's my damn rotate? There it is. Yeah, we're going to do something like that. I got to rotate it first. Okay. Come on. I think that'll do it. Okay, this one needs to come out here. Okay. Turn that transparency off. You and you and you and you and you and you. Join. Turn you transparent and join you. That should give me a pretty neat carve out without any flat spots. Come on. Gots to make it lighter. Oh, come on. Not working. There we go. Why is that straight like that? Oh, because I cut it off. Okay. I think I can live with that. I think I need to modify it though. Okay. I need to modify this one. I really want to bring this down to here. Okay. You and you and you and you and you. Nope, select you. And you. Come on. Okay. Okay. That's a little bit better. Okay, that takes a nice big chunk out of that. Although, I don't like that. Okay. but I can fix that by just doing this. Or I can not screw with it. I could put a block here. I can do that. Okay. Now I can scale this way. Nope, wait a minute. I can scale it this way. Oh, let's get it over here. Kind of like that. Yeah, I think I can live with that. Well, I think I need to bring this up just a hair. Okay. Alright, so turn you back into a solid. Join you with this one. Now I'll turn you into a hole and join you with this one. Hey, Silver Tribe. It is now 4:30 in the afternoon where I am. Oh, we still burned it a little bit. Let's fix that. Let's do that. Okay, do you. Let's push you in a little more. And then join you with that one. Anything show through? Actually, yes it does. But I know how to fix that. And that takes care of that. I'm trying to make this part lighter. It's entirely too heavy. It's 450 grams. I'd like it to be less than 200. There we go. Really, it's still not enough. You're gonna bust my balls for that little bit. There we go. There we go. Now, this would be super easy to print on a 400 millimeter printer, but I have to figure out how to make this printable on a 300 millimeter printer. Which means I gotta do lots of shenanigans. Lots and lots of shenanigans to try to lighten this stinking thing. Okay. Alright, let's see how light it is now. $330. Well, we knocked off 140 grams, so there is that. Why is it doing that? No, I haven't had a chance to pull apart the hot end again. The printer's fine. It's the stupid hot end. What I need to do is I need to figure out how to mount a regular Creality style hot end on that thing. I'm tired of these all metal hot ends that just don't work for crap. At least the cheap crap ones I'm buying. That is a lot lighter, but there's also a lot of problems too. Oh man, I don't like it. It's going to be rickety. It's not going to be super strong, even though I'm using all this plastic. I just don't like it. I've also got islands. That can't be printed. I mean, I know how to fix that, but it's annoying. Nah. Tell me I'm not that stupid. Is it that easy? It can't be that easy. Let's copy this and undo it. It can't be that easy. What happened to my thing? There it is. I wonder, is there a normal hot end? It's a V6 hot end. I want a cheap hot end, but I do not want a stupid friggin' all metal hot end. See, that's a 300 degree, which means it has to be an all metal hot end. Right? Now, does this come with the heater? Because I don't have a heater. Thermal grease, wire, screws. I don't see a heater here. There's the hot end. There's the sock. But how do you heat that hot end? Come on, just a cheap garbage hot end that's PTFE lined. I mean, I guess I could go with the standard original and try my luck. It's only $5. What's the difference here? Oh, built-in Teflon tube. I don't want a built-in Teflon tube. Because then how do you replace it once you cook it off? I want one that I could just yank the Teflon tube out and replace the damn thing. I am just so tired of dealing with it. But is it a built-in PTFE, or do I just shove my PTFE in there? You're probably hearing the trickling water in the cat water fountain. When the power went out earlier and it crashed everything, I lost all my settings in OBS. So I gotta set up my noise thresholds and noise cancellation again. Well, that one's only 7. If I get 2 of them, I get free shipping, I think. Yeah, it does sound like that, doesn't it? Does it come with all of these, or do I have to guess? Because I'm pretty sure I want the 4.1 millimeter bore, since I think that's the one where you can shove your PTFE tube all the way inside. What I don't want is the one where it's the built-in PTFE tube. I want the one where I just shove my tube in there. It's so cheap to replace PTFE tube, I'm tired of dealing with it. But what does this include? It says total 1 set package, as you can see from the picture. Hey, guys, help me out here. Do you see 1 or do you see 5? Which one am I fucking getting? See, that's got the built-in. That looks like it has the built-in PTFE. Although it looks like it's pretty easy to access it. You unthread this and I can grab that and yank it out. So maybe that's not so bad. And I can get 2 of them. Although it's missing. No, it's got all of it. Yeah, I can get 2 of them if I get this one. I'll have to think about it later. I need my Chiron working. Not that much more. Okay. Let me think about this. That's the problem. I can't print it on its side. Unless I break it into multiple pieces. Okay. Think. How would you do this? What would be the best way to do this? Basically, what I need is a way to print this in multiple pieces. Keep this one in case I decide I want to try to play with it. So we'll stick you back there for now. Alright. This is way too complicated. Alright, here's my simplistic shape. No. No way. Could it be that simple? It couldn't be that simple. No way. Think about this, think about this, think about this. Because if I can get rid of this chunk here, then I could just rotate it and fit it on the 300 bed. And also make it a hell of a lot lighter. Let's see. There's no way it's that easy, but it just might be that easy. There's just no way. Control D. Okay, hole, join. Could it really be that easy? It can't be. I can't be that dumb. So I need a 48 by 48. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to put it diagonally across the bed. And it does not want to do that. Okay. So this can be 24. No, we're back to the same problem. I don't want to print this sideways. No, this is the insert, so we're fine. This is fine. And then we need to move this 2 millimeters. -2. Yeah, sure. I already have the 24 volt heater. I could just use my existing heater and my existing heater and thermistor. Hell yeah, dude. Send me an email and I will send you my address. Yeah, if you don't need it. Send me an email and I will reply with my mailing address. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. I just keep buying these cheap hot ends off of AliExpress and they just don't work. Oh, they work great until they clog up and then they don't work. Okay. So let's see if I got this right. So all I need is one of these. And I need to put one down the other end too. That should be it. Okay, so 48. Is that the correct size? 48? I think it is. Okay. And then this has got to be 48 as well. And this has got to be 24. So align, freeze, put you here. Okay, and then we just move this up until it overlaps. And then we take this and we unjoin and then rejoin. Really? You're gonna be a pissant about it now? Okay. Alright. Now the question is, can I make this fit? .306, 360. Oh, it's close. .292, 326. You really want to be a dickhead, don't you? There you are. Reply. There you go. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay. I don't think there's any way to make that fit. .330 by 287. Well, there might be some shenanigans I can pull. Low battery? 15%'s enough. 315 by 308. So, is there anything else I can shave? I believe I can shave some more. For example, well, let's get it as close as I can. What are we at now? 301 by 324. That's too much. 315 by 308. Can I even that out? 1 degree more. 311 by 312. I can't cut off 12 millimeters. That's not going to work. See, I could cut off. I can cut off a bit here. See, I can lop off that. And I could lop off a little bit of this side. But I need enough meat for this to actually grab. See, I can't go below this point here, or it won't attach. What I can do, however, is lop off a nice chunk of that. See, I can lop off a nice sizable chunk of that. Would that do it? Is it enough? Oh, I didn't attach to this. Oh yeah! That worked! Actually, I can take away a little bit. I don't have to cut that much off. Okay. So I have another... I have 5 to spare this way, and I have 13 to spare that way. Okay. So how much is this? I could probably get rid of this. And I can move this 10, negative 13. Okay. Let's see what that gets me. That gets me 299 by 299. We're good. We are good. In fact, I hate this, so I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Just because that's ugly as shit. Ah, come on. So fugly. Okay. We're just going to clean this corner up a bit so it doesn't look so absolutely atrocious. I hate the way that looks. No, it grabbed more crap. Did you see it? Did you see the bounding box grab more stuff? See? uh, $2.99, $2.99. We're good, and that looks a lot better. Okay. Yeah, these are going to be solid. Now, there is one more thing I got to change. I need to put a bevel on these things. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do this. Okay, so I should be able to take this and make a single step radius. Just a little bit. That is connected, okay. Same thing to this one. Just need that little bit of radius. To make sure it doesn't, have ringing. That'll prevent it from installing correctly. go. Let's make sure our specs are still good. 298 by 2. Oh, and we're even smaller. 298 by 298. So we have 1 millimeter to spare. Now I got to figure out how long I need the other piece to be. Okay. So this is going to go on here. And this is going to go over this way. And then I need to put a piece here and extend you out this way until we get a rough intersection here. Alright, that's how long it needs to be. So 119.5. So 120. It makes me feel better, so yeah, I'd say that works. That's all that matters. It makes me feel better. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Okay, now I need to make a simple 50 by 50. 50. Control D. And this one's going to be 120. Would you stop jumping around? There. So now I can print this, this, and this. This will slide over top of this. This will slide over top of this and interface with the pegs that are at the top of this. That works. I am happy with that. Okay. Now the only thing I don't like about this is that there's no I can make one though. Yeah, I can make one. Let's do that. Control D. So if I make one of these 120, 120, and then Control D, and make another. That's not what I asked you to do. It is. Control D. Oh, I know what had happened. It made another one out here. Yeah, that's what it did. It copied both motions when I duplicated. I forgot you could do that. You can do one translation and one size. And this one's going to be 48. Okay. Which means I'm going to want to put a hole in here. I don't have to. No, I don't. I don't have to put a hole in there. Okay, I know how to do that. Okay. Do that. So I need to print one of these and one of these. Now, I'm going to duplicate these. I think I can do a copy, create a work plane here, and then do a paste. Yes! I thought that might work. Okay. Now they're at the same angle as the other crap. Alright, drop, drop. So now I can bring this in here like this, and bring this in here like this. That is not correct. These should be at the same height. Okay, so something is wrong with my design here. Easy to fix, though. Okay. Okay. That should be close enough. These don't have to be super exact. Yeah, but these should be the same height. Which means I did something wrong when I... Oh, I used this inside edge. I used the inside edge and I can't do that because that's... Okay, that's my fault. Okay. So we put something here. Bring it over to here. Okay. I just have to get close. As long as they're both approximately the same size. Oh, I forgot. I gotta do this. Wait a minute. I know. Let's just get it close. I got an easier way. Just go too far and cut it. Really? Come on. Stop messing with me. Just do this. Make it a hole. And trim it. Okay. Now this is 141.25. Which means I could just make it 141. 141 point, that's 3. So now these are the correct size. Now, these should Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Ooh, I don't want to. Because it's not going to print right if I do that. I know how to, I just don't want to. I think I'm going to have to. It'll just be a little ugly on the bridging. It should be fine. Let's continue with what I was doing, though. So, if I grab this piece and duplicate it, first of all, let's try that trick again. Copy, work plane, Paste. Yes, it worked. Where the hell's my rotation? Why is it over there? That was weird. Okay. So this now, and I can't move it for some reason? This should fit in here, because these should be exactly the same distance apart. Yes. So this will work. So I just need to, actually what I need to do is put a plane in here. Come on. Drop it to... That is not what I asked you to do. Why did you get rid of the plane that I created? I did that and said drop it. You ignore me again, I will bite you. Just you remember that. And of course that would happen. Derp! I need to have it this way, and I can't do it that way. I need this tool. First of all, what's that look like? Okay, there is a gap there. Gap is not very big, though. Come on, just give me it. Now, does that fit? Actually, yeah, it kind of does. Okay. So what I need to do is I'd rather have a gap than have it not fit. What we do is we move it up a little bit further than we need it to. Okay. Then we put a block here. There. Then all I have to do is cut this with this, cut it, and now I have a little insert piece for the sides there. Okay. Okay, so that works. I can do that. So now we have that little piece there. And I can mirror it for the other side. Now I need to fix the blue parts here. So I don't need these anymore. I could delete them. Okay. Okay. Now, the way I need to do this is not hard, but tricky. So I need to create a mold for this. So I could do this, since I'm not chopping any of the red pieces. I can treat them as a separate piece. Okay. Now, copy, work plane, paste. That worked. Drop to the work plane. Okay. Align with this one. Center, center. Control D. Work plane. Drop. Align. Here we want on you, center, and center. Okay. Now I should be able to take this and undo this. Yep. Delete that. Take you and deconstruct you. And do that. And now I should be able to take this and shove it right up its ass. Just like that. You get up its ass too. No! Same here. Right up its butt. And do that. Lock it in. Do this and this. Lock it in. Okay. So you, and you. There is the brace. Okay. I think I can make this taller. I don't think I need to take that much off. So I'm going to take a little less off. Well, I can't really. I'd have to make it bigger, which I can do. Yeah. Yeah, you were right. I had to do it. It wasn't going to work if I didn't. Or at least it would have been messy. But this also allows me to fully enclose everything. Now I can put panels everywhere. Okay. Alright. This is going to be the truss again. So let's just delete all this. Actually, delete all of this. I don't know if I corrected the roof. That might be the right roof piece. You. Yeah, that's the roof piece. Okay. So this is the truss. Technically, it's not centered, but the difference is so minuscule, I can ignore it. All right. This is wall angle. Export STL. I am going to have to rotate this. I know how to do it. This is going to be tube, and I think it's 120. No. We did a new number, didn't we? Or is this one? Yeah, 141.3. 141. Export. STL. Delete these because we know they're bad. $48. And then, of course, I have 2 U's in there. It depends on what the AI chips do. As long as you have control of them, great. More hardware is good. But if someone else controls it, depends. Okay. Somehow I have a duplicate here. Something got moved. Something that wasn't supposed to move. Okay. Okay. Well, they can already do that now if they wanted to. That's the whole point of a crack. Let's see here. We did adjust these. They are now 155. Oh, I did not adjust that, did I? It doesn't matter. 155. Why do I have 2 of these? They're both notched. I don't need that. Okay. Okay, so you, and you need to be joined. You need to be 155. I should move those, but I don't know if I want to. If you keep doing that, I'm not going to want to. God, I hate that so much. Why does it do that? I just don't understand why they can't fix that. It's such an absolutely abysmally aggravating feature. Okay, so now this has to join with this, and then this has to join with this. And it wants to do it again. Oh, for Christ's sake. Come on. God, that could be so annoying sometimes. Although, I gotta be careful that's not too thin. That needs to be at least 2 millimeters thick. I'm gonna keep ignoring you. You're just going to have to get used to it. Okay, that. Oh, of course, it's joined with the other one. Okay, that's too thin. Oh, I can go 1.75 and then go this way and bring it to 2. Okay. I just hate when there's like this, that's a particular little feature that really aggravates me. It just makes me want to growl. 5. Would you kindly go this way? Thank you. 2. So I can keep it centered. If I do this wrong, it won't stay. Actually, it's not centered anyway. What the hell? How did that get uncentered? The original logo must not... Oh, no, it's just perspective. It's perspective. Yeah, it's probably fine. No, actually, that does not look centered. Huh. That's in the logo itself, because these 3 are centered. Just this one's off, which means the logo itself is off-centered. I don't care. I just don't care. No one is going to see that. If anybody walks up to my gadget with a measuring tape to try to check that, I'm just going to punch them in the face. I thought I just joined that. I'd swear I just joined that. There we go. Yeah, see how that one's pretty close to center and that one, but this one's really close to the edge? That means the logo itself is a little off. I could get it a little closer. I could. Just for shiggles. I could do that. Come on, 2 degrees. There you go. That's at 0.25. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. You know what it is? It's close enough. Did I grab other stuff? No. There we go. And now it's big enough to be 2 perimeters, so it'll properly print. Let's see. I think that's it. So the big thing is, how heavy is the truss? I'm not even worried about the verticals because they're tiny. So I do not care. What I care about is this piece. How did that happen? Oh, that. Yupper. That'll do it. Did it grab more than it should? Nope. There we go. 298, 298. Export TL, truss, and truss. There we go. Yeah. Get rid of the custom zones. We're going to do 2 bottom, 3 top, 0.4 millimeter, 2 outlines, and let's do 20% grid. Actually, no, that won't work. Okay. Let's do let's try 12%. Wow, it's still 285 grams. I wasn't expecting it to be that heavy. Dang. I mean, I guess it's chunky, but I just didn't think it was that chunky. I could try lightening it more. I really would like to get below 200 grams. Okay. Let's do this. Come on. I mean, the reality is this does not have to be very strong. What I can also do is do this. Make this 3.4, which is enough for 4 perimeters. Good. That means I did a good job. Okay. So lop that off. Okay. Let's see. Now let's put one on here. Do the same thing. 10%. But if I take off too much, it'll flex. Okay. Now I can bring this in. Okay. Now I also want to get rid of this here. And I know how to do that. Okay. So I put a work plane here. I drop this like that. I shrink it like that. Okay. Then I put the work plane back down here And then I drop this like this. So I do this like that. I do this. Control D. Put a work plane here. Rotate 180 degrees. Put the work plane back down here. Bring you down here. Come on. Give me my spike. Okay. The two triangles overlap. Okay, we join those two triangles together. That's not what I want. I want this one. Okay. Now, we put a box here. We make it big enough to cover our workspace. We invert the box. That's not what I want. There it is. We invert the box. We put the work plane back on here again. And we bring it all the way into here, like that. And we extend it out. I need to duplicate this, turn it into a solid, join it with this one, join it. Okay. Good. We turn that into a hole. Now, put a work plane here. Okay. Same deal. Here. Drop. Then here. I'm getting rid of the flat surfaces at the middle here. Because if I can get rid of those flat surfaces, then it'll be it won't have to print bridging except up here. And I can live with that. Basically, I can get rid of the infill for most of it, or at least reduce the infill. No, because the perimeter is way more than the infill. If you put cylindrical holes, you're actually creating more perimeters, and those perimeters will actually make the object heavier. That's good if you want strength, if you want stronger. But the reason it's stronger is because you're adding more plastic. And I also can't do that here because these are channels that panels have to fit in. Okay. Now I do this. What I'm doing now is just avoiding bridging. This is not to lighten it. This is just to get rid of the bridging that's going to make it really sloppy. And plus, it's an idea I had. I want to see what happens. I've never tried to do this before, so I'm kind of curious as to whether this will work or not. It should, but many times you never know until you try. Okay. So that, and that. What? Oh, okay. There. So that will print much more stable. Since I have to print this on its side. Ideally, what I would do is I would carve this into a triangle as well. And then the same with this. Actually, I can do that. Do I want to? That's a lot of work. It would eliminate the bridging. But does it really matter? I don't think it really matters. Okay, let's see what that does. You know what else I could do? I could... Would that work? No, I can't. I need the infill for the truss. Yeah, that won't work. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Any hole is going to create perimeters. And perimeters weigh more than infill. That gets us down to 250. See, the problem is making this thinner didn't actually make it much lighter. And the reason is, all I did was reduce the infill. And reducing the infill, unless you have a lot of infill, doesn't really make the part lighter. That's the problem. Now, something I could do, I could increase the infill to like 15% and then get rid of the top and bottom layers. Let's also go down to 0.3. That gets me down to 230. That's not so bad. Now, if I make these a little skinnier, I can get rid of this fill in here. Because I really don't need that fill there. The only place I need the fill is in the legs. And actually, I could turn off the fill once I get to here. Actually, if I get rid of... If I make these angled, I can get rid of the infill altogether. I wouldn't need any infill. I'm going to turn down the brightness on this, see if I can get the battery to last a little longer. Well, where's the charging port? It's up there. Because I'm about to lose my chat on here. Okay. Let's see. We can do this. And then we can do this. Then we can do this. So this I can make a tiny bit bigger. So let's do 20.4. And then this one is even more. I can make this 10.5. Okay. That'll get rid of that infill. Because now if I'm not going to have any infill, I'm going to want the walls to touch so that it's stronger. I am worried about that being really flexible. I'm worried about it being floppy when the snow is sitting on top of it. Okay. So now what I can do is this. And I could do this. There we go. So now I can merge this, this, and this to get them out of my way. Oh, I didn't realize I had a breach there. It's very minimal, but I should get rid of it. It's not much, but it will cause problems. Oh, yeah, and harden it by making it brittle. There are mitigation tactics I can use, but we'll see what happens. Okay. So let's join this and this, because I don't want to mess with that anymore. Okay. This and this. I am satisfied with that. Now, what I can do is all I have to do is do one, and then I can easily apply those changes to the other one. Because even these little bevels are going to give it a little bit of strength. So I can leave this open and this open. The only thing I need to do is to bevel these here. Okay. So I need one of these. First I need to put a plane here. Then I need one of these. That is okay, I can deal with that. It's like, that's not what I wanted you to do, but that's okay. You want to be a dorkmonger? It's fine. I'm gonna win either way. Drop. And that's not what I wanted. Drop. Okay. We take these two. We align them on this one. Here. Okay. Now I need to bring this out here this way. Then I need to bring this. Come on, flip. Flip! This way. Until it does that. And that'll work. So now I put a work plane here. We do this and this. We take this and this. We lop it off. And we make this that big. Then we Control D. We rotate 180 degrees. Man, is it being a nudge. We put a plane here, and we drop it there. Okay. Now I take one of these and duplicate it. Put it over here. Turn these into holes. Join it with this. And there. Now that will not require top and bottom layers to retain integrity. Let's see. I can bring this out this way, and then bring it this way. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. This... I don't want you. I want you. You're not going to let me pick you now? What the hell's the problem? It won't let me pick this now. I don't know why it was doing that. It wouldn't let me pick it. Drop. Control D, flip this way. Yeah, argue with me now, punk. Do this. Drop. Turn it into a hole. Turn it into a hole. There we go. So now I take you, you, and join you. Oh, we have the centerpiece there. I could put infill on just that centerpiece. And that should provide enough stiffness. That'll work. Okay. I can't believe this piece is so damned heavy. It really is amazing how heavy this thing is. That gets me down. Oh, that gets me down to 212. So once I remove the infill, or just lower the infill, let's try 10%. I'll be happy with 200 grams. 215. Oh, I think even if I get rid of all the infill, it's not going to get rid of that. And I do need to bring both of these a little closer. Because it's still printing an infill line in there. Okay. Work plane here. U. Let's go 20.6. Let's go 20.8. Add another 0.4. And this one we're going to add more than 0.4. Let's go 11. Okay. Okay, let's see what that does. That gets us down to 192. And that gets rid of the fill in between these. Good, good, good. I could actually make that a little smaller. See how these are fused and there's a tiny little gap there? Let's do that, since it'll be super easy to do. Okay. There we go. That should, I could probably go another 0.2, but that should fuse. Okay. So that'll be 3.2 millimeters of plastic on both sides. But what I forgot about is that I have the structural in the middle there. I have this section here in the middle, bridging right there. That should do it enough. I don't like the fact that the infill is diagonal like this. Let me try changing the infill. I could rotate it, but I just want to try changing it. Let's try triangular. And that gets still 200 grams. Ah, yeah, that's better. Not by much. That's a pretty long run. I think I'd be better off with grid. And then rotate it. Combine, outline, overlap, degrees. Let's do 10 degrees. Just so we're not, the straight 45. Would you move? There we go. That's a little bit. I think I need to go more. I don't like that. Oh, wait a minute. I just need to go 45. And it'll be an X pattern. Because the X pattern is going to be the shortest. Yeah. And we're 193. That's what I want. See how it forms like little trusses? Yeah, that's what I want. I want those little trusses. Those trusses equal strength. Okay. The question is, yeah, it should. It's bridging over two of them here. How is it doing that? Is it just thicker? Oh, yeah, there's 4 there. Oh. How did I go from 4 to 2 and back to 4 again? Okay. That's fine. That's perfect. That little excess right there, that guarantees it'll bridge properly. Good. I'm happy with this. Let's do this at 1 millimeter. And that is technically outside of the bed. Let's take that off. Let's make that first layer 30%. Since we're not printing a fill, it won't take that long. Alright, 6 hours and 6 minutes, 193 grams. I need 4 of them, so that's 800 grams just for the 4 roof trusses. Or is it 3 roof trusses? I think it's 4. Boy, this got all screwed up. Oh, I just hit it. Yeah, 4 trusses. 800 grams just for the trusses. Okay. I'm going to try printing this. Do I need to do anything else? Oh, one thing I do need to do is I need to do this over again. So instead of making this a simple square like this, I need to make it this cut in half. This way it doesn't push all the way inside. Okay. Oh, this will be days. This one here, just because I can only print 2 of these at a time. Maybe I can maybe print 2 at a time now. I might actually no, I can't. I can't print 2 at a time anymore. it's 155, which means it'll go over 300 if I put two of them together. So you have to print these one at a time. It takes an hour to print each one. Not quite an hour, but about an hour. So you got, well, do the math here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26, 27, 28. That's 28 hours just printing panels. They don't weigh much, but they just take time to print. So you're gonna have a full day just printing panels, and that's if you're right there ready to do it. And switch to the next one. Then you need to print 2 of these. Then you need to print 8 of these. No, wait a minute. Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 16 of these, 8 of these, 3 of these, 4 of these. Yeah, this is a week-long print. It doesn't take much plastic, but it takes a lot of time. Yeah. Let's see, let's clean all these up. So that's my short. Let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of this one. So here's my long. Here's my short. This will be for the feet. This will be for the joints in the middle and the top. This will be the legs for the roof truss. These will be for the sides to fill that in a bit. And I could also print one for the front here. So if I decide this gap is too big on the front, I can print mini versions of this. Since I did put all 4 slots in, I can now do that. It'll almost entirely get rid of the gap. No, you can't. You cannot print these vertically. That would never work. These I can do all sequentially. I can print these. I could probably print 4 at a time since it's vase mode, and since they're only 50 by 50, I should be able to fit 4 of them without conflict with the print. Maybe 5. I might be able to print 5, which would be nice since I need 16 of them. But the browns cannot be, you can't stack them either because they have a profile. See how they have a profile? So you can't stack them either. Stacking them would be a neat trick, but it won't work. And I can't print them vertically because they have to be printed like this with the infill pattern. If I were to print them vertically, then it would be solid walls on the side. And it would also take forever to print. Oh my god, it would take hours to print one vertically. But horizontally, they're only 5 millimeters thick, so it's a pretty quick print. And I'm using the actual gyroid infill to create a visually obscure, but not air obscure wall. That's actually what gave me the idea to do these. Yeah, this is a big print, but it's also like Legos. You print it as big as you need it. So, for example, if you lived in a place that had those little, like a water meter coming out of the ground or something like that, you can use these as Lego pieces to print a structure to go around it so it would match the theme of your house. So, like, for example, I would print this if I could. The proper way for me to print this would actually probably be to make these blue pieces white and to print these a khaki color, because that's about what the color of my house is. My house is actually more of a mauve color. It's kind of ugly. The paint's faded over time. But if I ever repaint the house, I'm going to paint it a sand color with teal trim. And so the whole thing is you can paint these to match your house. Now, since I can only print one at a time, is there a way I can print less? Like if there's a way, just use the full plate. if I can print 3. Now that's an interesting idea. Do I have any of these separated? Yes. So let's try, because that would dramatically reduce print time. Placing them vertically. Placing them vertically, connected in the middle by a 1mm bridge. You're not getting it though. They're not solid. They're hollow. And there's no way to print it vertically with a gyroid infill going horizontally. There's no way to do that. Basically, I'm printing it with no top and bottom layers. I'll show you. Oh yeah, if they were solid, I could print them I could just print them vertically, but you can't do that. Oh, let me save this. File, save factory file. Let's go desktop. Let's go new enclosure. New factory. Truss. Okay. Okay. So when I print these, I have to print it flat because I'm doing this. Outline perimeters, 0.3. Ooh. Infill. Gyroid. 12%. Now, something I have to do is I need to print this the same direction as the other parts in order to make sure it lines up correctly. So how do I do that? How do I do this? Place surface on bed. Let's do this first. Okay. I think all I have to do is get it close. Is that close? Oh yeah, I think I got it. Okay. And now I can do place surface on bed again. 295. Good. Okay. So it's slightly off. See how it's 0.33? It's probably like a 1/4 degree off, but that's okay. Now when I print this, see how it creates the gyroid pattern? Whoa, what happened here? Something fugly happened there. Oh, isn't that weird? How did that happen? I gotta check them all. By stretching it, it looks like, oh yeah, I can see it. I disconnected these pieces somehow. Okay, can I... Okay, they're not disconnected now. So it's only when I join them? This is a bug? It's a bug. Okay. I'm probably going to have to copy, go to a new workspace. I got too many parts in there. I got to delete the model. You going to show me the pasted model or what? Well, what you do is you bring it into a new workspace, and it's not bringing it into a new workspace. Uh-oh. Oh! It's off the... Yeah, it's over here. Okay. Now it should merge fine. See? That's all. When the workspace gets too complex, the program throws a fit. So just take the conflicting part into a new workspace, and now you have a new, basically new RAM, new memory cache, and so it stops throwing a fit. Okay. Now we should be good. Move. Actually, I should just be able to do this until the dimensions are correct. 296, 1 degree. That should have changed. Am I going the wrong way? Oh. Hang on. Z. 5. Okay. So let's do 1. 295.23, 1.1, 29. So we got to go 0.99, 0.95. We're getting there. 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.69, 0.67, 0.66, 0.65. There we go, 295. Now we know we have it the right angle. Now I hit prepare, and now it works correctly. So as you can see here, we're printing the walls horizontally so that we can get the this gyroid pattern. And what it is, it's wide open, so it allows air to pass through, but when you look at it flat on, it blocks most of the light, so it obscures what's inside. So it's like having a wall that doesn't block air. And it's also a really fast print, 1 hour. It takes an hour to print this. And I could probably jack up the speed once I get it going. But yeah, that works out really nice. Okay, so let's save this. Export models, binary. Nope, wrong files. New STL. Okay. That takes care of that. Now, I wonder, can I get away with doing 3? Let's find out. Ooh, why are you still on? So for now, we can just delete that. See, I can't use 4. It has to be an odd number because I want this piece to overlap this. So the question is, can I delete 2 and then take these 3 and stretch them to be about that big? And how big would this be? 258. I could do that. So I could do this with 3. Oh, that's going to save a tremendous amount of print time. So I need to make this 258, but I need to do it in a different way. Okay. So Control D. Let's make you a different color. We take you and make you 258. Then we take you, Control D again. We align with this one here, freeze you in place, put you here, delete the blue one, join these 2 together. This way they merge without making these teeth bigger. Okay. Okay, that'll work. Let's do enclosure wall. Now, for people who do smaller ones, they might still want to do the smaller wall. So this is going to be wall large. LRG. Hey, Mike. I need to. I suck at managing that kind of crap. I know it's valuable. I just so bad at managing it. But I do need to do that. Let's see, how long does this take to print? Okay, so it takes twice as long, but you only have to print now 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 of them instead of 28 of them. No, 3 for the back. So 18 of them instead of 28 of them. You save 10. So yeah, I would much rather print 10 or the bigger ones. Oh yeah. Much better. Good. I'm happy with that. So instead of having this, big stack of 5, now we'll have this. And I think that looks a lot better. It also creates a stronger bond here at this joint. Yes, I'm very happy with this. Well, we're going to get rid of this. We don't need these anymore. Because we're using the new truss, which weighs 1/3 as much. Cool. Yeah, we're definitely going to just can this. We don't need it. Just get rid of those for now. Yeah, I much prefer the 3. Now, it's interesting with a belt printer, it might actually be possible to print this in one piece. Make one big giant piece. Because, and also these. So the way I would do actually, it might be worth putzing with a belt printer. Except it only has a 220 millimeter wide path. Ah! That sucks! This is to make a... Hang on, I'll show you. It's to make one of these. It's just an enclosure to put around your mini split. That's all. Oh, nice. That's awesome, Mike. Thank you. So you just build this enclosure. But as you can see, they're $216. And if you buy it from China, it's still $100. Although the $100 deal is gone, which really sucks, man. There's a few more things I wanted to get. I really wanted to get that damned. Oh, even this ugly fabric one is $90. Ouch. I saw these cheaper. I saw them for like $93, $98. Wow, they're coming up on here even at that price. Maybe there's another place. $400? See, this one's $134. I know I've seen them cheaper. Here we go. I know I've seen them cheaper. Come on. Really? There we go. So, $90. I could print it for less than $30 in plastic. And you might need this one, which will cost a little bit more. $305? Look at these prices. Why the difference? Why is the brown one 3 times the price of the black one? Oh, these are open roof. Okay, these are open roof. They got slats on the roof. Yeah, so the cheapest is $144 for one that'll be big enough. But I think I can print the whole thing for you probably have to ship them separately. You're probably not going to be able to ship them all together, because all together would actually be too heavy. Not too big, but too heavy. But I would just take the vertical off, lay it down on top of the printer with some plastic in between, the bubble wrap, and then just wrap it. Wrap it in bubble wrap and ship it like that. Don't even put it in a box. Just wrap it in bubble wrap and then ship it like that with a label on it. It'll be like the Mars rover, you know, if they drop it, it'll be bong, bong. Wow, I thought I saw these for $100. But it looks like $150 is about the cheapest you're going to get. I think I could do it for about $30. And so that's what I'm going to do. And the solid top ones like mine are $220, $216, $185. So that's the idea. It's going to be kind of like that. All the blue parts will print in vase mode. I was originally going to have these threaded tubes, like my rocket tubes, but they're just too heavy. No matter what I do, I just can't get it below like 250 grams. These are like 110 grams, and they're 400 millimeters tall. While this is also 400 millimeters tall, you'll lose a big chunk of that to the threading on both ends. And this looks a lot better than printing this fugly interconnects. Now, what's interesting though is if well, this can no longer be printed on a belt printer. Now that I think about it, because this is 300 millimeters. This one can be printed on a belt printer, but not this one, because it's 295 by 258. Now, if you see, with panels that big, you know, it could be worth dicking around with the S5 and print the panels at 500 by 500 millimeters. Because at 500 by 500 millimeters, I can get rid of one of these verticals. I would only need 3. And there would be 2 large panels and 1 short panel. So this panel would be all one piece out to about here. And then I would have to print this short panel, 500 by 258. A 500 by 500 and a 500 by 258 to get the total fill. So I'd only need to print 4 pieces to fill the front. And with a belt printer, I could print these in 1 piece full length, 800 millimeters. So I'd be able to get rid of the interconnects. I can get rid of the bottoms. And what you do to solve the problem with not being able to print, a square end in vase mode, that's very easy. You just start the vase mode in non-vase mode with like a raft on the bottom, and then you just make the part longer than you need, and then you just take your chop saw and just chop the ends off. Done. If you have a belt printer, there might be ways to print this very equitably using a belt printer. In fact, because of that, no. Once you're going in vase mode, you're good. It would just be one continuous vase for the whole belt. Yep. But yeah, that would dramatically reduce the parts count. But this size allows anybody with a CR10 to print this. And that's a pretty big deal because very, very few people have a belt printer and or have a 500 millimeter printer or even a 400 millimeter printer. But pretty much anybody who's serious about 3D printing either has or can get a 334 printer. I mean, you can buy one on Temu for $200. As a matter of fact, I bet you can get one on Amazon. How about the longer LK5? Okay, it's $297 on Amazon. Actually, here's $234. What's the difference? I wonder what the difference is here. Why the difference in price? So for $234, you could buy a 334 printer. So let's see, 300 millimeter 3D printer. Can you get anything cheaper? I like the longer LK5 Pro. I mean, it's not a super advanced printer, but it's just a damned good printer. Oh, this has a 300 millimeter tall build volume? That's impressive. Why are you showing me all these printers? Okay. 300 by 300 by 400. Alright, 335, 19. Here's one for 198. It doesn't say who it is. Who makes this? That looks familiar. That shape looks familiar. 3D Laterns? That's an OEM. This is an OEM. Somebody else made this and they're just copying it. Oh, this is T300S. Is this the oh, who's that company that made the first clone of the Wanhao Duplicator i3 V2? They also made that little printer. I forget the name of that company, but that looks like that printer. 345. LK5. So it looks like 234 is the best on Amazon. You can get an LK5 Pro for $234. And that will... So if you buy the LK4 printer and you buy the filament to make this enclosure, it'll still cost you less than buying an enclosure. So you get an enclosure for free. You get an enclosure and you get a free 3D printer with it. That's insane. That's truly insane that you could buy the printer and the filament and still spend less money than buying one of these damned enclosures. Now, granted, the one you buy is probably better quality than this. You know, it's going to be sturdier. Like, you're not going to put stuff on top of this. Although I could make a version with a flat roof. That wouldn't be that hard. To make one of these with a flat roof, and then you just print the roof thicker, and then you'd be able to use it to put like a planter on or a decoration. So that's possible. I might do that. I might design 2 versions. And that would actually be very easy to do. Yeah, that wouldn't even be slightly hard. But you'd have to make this quite a bit thicker to make sure it can hold up for snow weight. Not as thick as you think, though, because there's just, I mean, it's only 12 by 12 inches. There's just not going to be that much snow. I mean, it'll blow off before it builds up to that much height. $1,000. Damn. What? $2,600 for a CR10? Are you kidding me? Somebody's smoking crack. Wow. So you can't buy a CR10 anymore? Why did you do that? Why did you go there? I did not tell you to go there. I clicked here. Now, this is their new smart printer. It's a waste of time. Alright, your best bet is to buy a, Oh, wait a minute. There's an Ender 3 XL. What's the name of the Ender 3 XL? There's a 300mm Ender 3. Ender 3 Max. That should be affordable. If it's available. Looks like the 3 is separate. What the hell? What's Amazon Haul? Oh, that's that one where they're upcharging you for the same stuff that Temu has. Be careful with that. Make sure you check Temu and AliExpress before you buy something from that. If this bug keeps landing on me, I'm gonna kill it. Oh, I got those things for Michelle. I know she's not watching because she's calling me. I got her the 20th anniversary CD soundtrack for Dirty Dancing and the 20th anniversary keepsake edition of the DVD. It's her favorite movie of all time, so. These goddamn bugs keep landing on me. I gotta find my Ender 3 Max because I have one. I just don't know where it's at. Yeah, $239. That's not bad. And the nice thing is it's a simple printer. It's not that new fugly head, that new plastic head that they use on the V3 and stuff like that. It's the simple all-metal head. And, you know, it doesn't quite do 400 tall, but it does 300 by 300 by 340. That's perfect. There's nothing wrong with this printer. Well, they can't ship to here? Really? Huh. Okay. There's an eBay one for 200. That's too much. That's what it's worth new. Well, it's got some upgrades. It's got the struts and stuff. That's not bad. Now here's the Max Neo, but it's too expensive. But you can get a 300mm printer for 200 bucks, or very close to 200 bucks. Oh man, I can't believe they can't get the Ender 3 Max anymore. There's 189. That would be the cat's meow right there. That's not the Ender 3 Max. Why would you show me that? Models. It must be old. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? All products. There's a CR10 SE, but it's probably expensive. It's scrolling something in the background, but I can't see it. Oh, Ender series. Okay. I would love to get this new Ender 5 Max. Ooh, I like the Ender 5s. Why can't I just... Here we go. I still need to get an Ender 2 Pro, their new Ender 2. I never did get one. Here's the Ender 3 Max. How do you buy it? Can you buy it? Maybe you can't buy it anymore. See, that's too bad. This is what people need. People need a printer like the Ender 3 Max. I mean, sure, when you're printing small decorative stuff, use your Bamboo, your X1, your P1P, they're great. But when you're trying to print something big, this is what you need. You throw a 0.8mm nozzle on here and you go to town. You can't buy this? United States. This is a very not good website. Ender series. Looks like you can't get the Ender 3 Max anymore. You can get the longer LK5 Pro. Is it the most amazing printer in the world? No, but it's a perfectly good printer. I've been beating the living piss out of mine for the last several years, and it hasn't died yet. The only thing I've had to do to that printer was replace the Bowden tube when I burned it up. That's it. And it's got a nice color touchscreen, which has got a pretty nice UI. But yeah, you can get that on Amazon for $234. I'll show you. LK5 Pro. Here it is for as low as $213. So they have a save with used very good. And because it's Amazon, you know, there is the chance that you'll get burned. And, you know, it might be a return that somebody has missing a part, but it's Amazon. You just return it. But yeah, so as low as $213, very good used, or new, $234. And if you go to Temu, I think it's around the same price, around 210, 213, something like that. 209 or 207. $164. Oh, I got credits. Make sure you go to Farmland in the Temu app. And when you go into Farmland, you go into the crack the egg game. You know, you'll have to spend some water, but it doesn't cost you anything. You get a $20 coupon. So you'll get 207 minus $20. So they have one of these left at that price on Temu. And then they have this one for 209, which you can get for $189 with credits. So there's two from Temu for under $200. You can get a if you go, I can't go to Farmland in there. It doesn't work on the PC. I don't think it works. Let me try it. I think it only works on the phone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it only works on the phone. Yeah. So you have to go to your phone. So let me show you that. The 20% off maxes at $20, so it's basically once you go over $100, it's a $20 coupon. So in the game, you see I have that egg. Is that little? What did you do that for? You've got that little egg right there. It says 5. You son of a bitch. You tap that, and currently right there you see $20 coupon is available. And it doesn't cost anything. You just got to water a few times, and it gives you that coupon. It's good for like 2 days or 1 day, and use that to get the printer. You get another $20 off. You'd be crazy not to, you know. Sometimes you can get better coupons. Let me see, but $20 is about the max you're going to get, unless you get one of those really nice ones. Yeah, see here, $20 off all items over $100. And so you just click use, grab the printer, and you get $20 off. Let's see, do I have any others? Yeah, there's a 70 off of 300. Well, if you grab the printer and you grab the some filament, and then drop this, if you can get it, you drop this coupon on it, then you basically got the filament for free. What are the terms and conditions, though? Like, here's $150 off, but you got to spend $500. Here's $120 off, but you got to spend $400. That's why that $100 cashback was such an amazing deal. You only had to spend $143, and you got $100 back. So you're only using $43 of your own money. That was amazing. I couldn't believe it. It's just, it was too good to last. Yeah, that was pure evil. That was just that was just. Oh, I'm not even showing it to you. But yeah, see, there's always terms. $5 off over 40, 150 off over 500, 70 off over 300. See, this would actually be worth it if you're going to buy the printer, if you had this coupon, because what you do is just get your order to 300 bucks. So you'd get the printer, okay? So you'd add this printer on Temu, and then you type in 10 kilogram PETG, and then you add this $75, 10 kilograms of PETG, that and the 209, and then just pick something else. Find a decent deal on Filament or some parts or something. There's plenty of 4 kilogram deals. And there's also a couple of 2 kilogram deals that are $10 a kilogram. That's 47. That's too much. 49. That's too much. This is too much. You can get better deals than this. Let's do the 2 kilogram. I'm pretty sure it's $19.80 for 2 kilograms. There's $21 for 2 kilograms. There's $21 for 2 kilograms. Okay, so it went up. This is the one I was getting. So you get that 10 kilogram pack and this 2 kilogram pack. That gets you over 300 bucks. And then you get the $70 off, and you basically got 9 kilograms of filament for absolutely nothing. Hello? Yes. And this is coming from a local warehouse. It's coming from somebody here in the U.S. It's not coming from China. You should pick the colors you want. I mean, you really can't beat it. I mean, if you're going to spend that much, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's what I would do. Hell yeah. So LK5 Pro. If you can get the $20 coupon, then all you do is get the printer. $205. You buy the printer, and you get the 20 bucks off. If you got that $140 coupon or $70 coupon or whatever, you buy the printer, you buy the 10 kilograms, and you buy the 2 kilograms. That gets you to just over. Like you're going to be at $300 and change. Yeah, like $304 or something like that, because you're not going to get this. And then you get 70 bucks off. So you're going to pay like $135. You're going to pay like $140 with tax, and you're going to get a 300 by 300 printer with 12 kilograms of plastic. I mean, hello. Some of these deals are really ridiculous. That's too bad you can't get the Ender 3 Max anymore. That was such a nice little printer. I mean, is it great? Hell no. It's wobbly as hell, but when you're printing with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, you're not going fast enough for it to matter. That's not a Max Plus. Oh, that's not even the Ender 3. Yeah, the longer is the cheapest one currently available. If you want to print 300 millimeters. Now, if you can find one, the Anycubic Chiron is just balls to the wall, a killer machine. That's not too bad. $140 off. That's better than 30%. So buy a whole shitload of filament. Buy 45, 50 kilograms of filament. If you have the money, obviously. Obviously, it doesn't matter if you don't have that kind of money. See, 200 bucks would be worth it for that if it wasn't for the fact that it's probably got a $100 shipping. Yeah, $86 shipping. See, $300? No. But 200 bucks? Yeah. I mean, even if you have to replace the hot end, who cares? I mean, it's just such a badass printer. It's so bulletproof. It does not print as clean. My longer LK5 gives me cleaner prints. But you would be crazy to spend $290 on that when you can get a Cobra 2 Max for $350. This should be a large printer. Yeah, 420 by 420 by 500. You'd be crazy to spend $290 on a Chiron when you can buy this Cobra Max. It's from the same company. When you could buy the Cobra 2 Max for $350. So if you want a really big... Oh, it comes with 2 kilograms of plastic, too. Nice. Well, that ain't bad. You're only going to pay $18 for the plastic. That's not too bad. What do they want for this? So, $65 for 5 kilograms. Now, this is not bad. This is a good deal right here. Because this gets you 3 kilograms, and you're going to pay an extra $35. So, you're only paying $11.75 a kilogram. And you get 2 more kilograms with it. But remember, the printer comes with the 2 kilograms. So, at the $350, you're getting those 2 kilograms. But if you just want them to ship some extra plastic with you... Oh, wait a minute. This does not ship to the U.S.? It only ships to Canada? What? That's weird. But Microsoft, oh, they're out of stock. But that would, if you can find one, that would be your sweet spot for a big printer if you want to buy new. If you want to spend, the $350 price range. I guess you might say, oh wait, Cobra 3, but that's the small one. That's not the Max. That's not the big print volume. You gotta look for the Max to get the print volume. So if we do a search for Anycubic Max, let's see here. Oh, there's my dream right there. Cobra 3 Max with the 4-color. Yeah. Yep, that would make multicolor worth it. Slather that bed with some nano polymer so you know the parts are going to stick. You just fill the entire bed with parts, and then you make your purge another object that you can sell or give as a gift. This way you're not wasting plastic pooping it out. Wow. But yeah, that's what you're going to want to hunt for. It looks like the sweet spot's the Cobra 2 Max if you want big. And that's 420 by 420 by 500. That's nice. Otherwise, you get the longer 300 by 300 by 400 for $234 or $213 open box on Amazon. Although at that smaller price difference, I'd probably rather just go with the new one. If that was like $180, I'd say hell yeah, go with that. But you're only saving $20. Literally, you're saving $21.08. For $21.08, I would just go with the new one. It's not worth the risk. Well, yeah, it's only they got 14% left. So if you want one, grab one. You can always send it back if you don't like it. That's the nice... Oh, I got Amazon Prime again. They offered it to me for $350 a month. And it says after the 3 months, it's still $350 a month. I'm like, okay. I'll take it for $350 a month. It paid for itself. I bought I did there's a thing you can do with Sezzle. It's not a good deal to use it for anything extensive, but if you can control yourself and take advantage of it, you can save like $17. It's one of those things like Affirm or Pay Later, where they split the payment apart into like 4 payments for you. So they give you a temporary credit card number so you can buy the item, and then you put a down payment on your bank card, and then you use your bank account to pay the next 3 payments. You pay it in 4 payments. They say no interest, but that's a lie because they charge a service fee. That's interest. And it's not a little bit of interest either. So mine was, interest was over 10%. Because the service fee, well, no, it was less than that. Because the item I was looking at was $40, and I found out that I could save $9 if I had Prime. So the cost of 3 months of Prime paid for the savings on the item, so it was a wash. I paid $0, and I used the Sezzle, so it was $31.99 plus tax. They charged me a $2.16 service fee. Now, the only reason I'm not going to pay more service fee is because I don't owe any more payments. Because they have this thing where if you sign up for Sezzle and you put in a promo code AC20, you get $20 spend on Amazon. So my next 3 payments are covered by that $20 spend. So I got $20 off on it. So I'm only going to pay $14 for my DeWalt glue gun. And but if I had made 4 payments on something worth like $60, say, or $80, so $20 payments, that would have been 3, 6, 9, 12. That would have been $12, which would be I'm assuming it's going to be right. No, the original payment was $20 and it was $3.34. So that's $13 and let's call it $13.50. So if it's an $80 item divided by 100, so 1% is 0.8. So $13.50 divided by 0.8 is an interest rate of 16.8%. So while it's not horrible, it's also not great. Shao, you need to give up. So it's no, but if you're just going to use it one time to take advantage of the $20 free money, well, yeah. Find something worth about $35 on Amazon that you want, a roll of filament or something like that, and sign up for Sezzle, put in the AC spend, AC20 to get the $20 Sezzle spend, and then, buy it, let it do its payment things, and then just never use it again. You got $20 for nothing. Well, $17 because you're $18 because you're gonna pay like a $2 service fee for that first down payment. And but yeah, I mean it's free money. Hello, yes, I'm taking it. I like free money. And where else can you get free money? Oh, also, if you want to, if you sign up for Chime, which is actually pretty nice because you can instantly send anybody money anywhere, and it goes right to their card, into their bank account instantly. It's like Zelle. It's like, wow, that's kind of cool. But if you sign up for Chime using my link down below and get approved for the boost thing, all you have to do is set up a direct deposit of greater than $200. And if you have trouble with setting up a direct deposit or you don't want to go through the hassle, I figured out how to get around it. I didn't figure it out in time to get what they promised me, the bastards. But I finally figured out a way to send myself a direct deposit, and it only costs a couple bucks. They have paycheck services for paying your employees, for handling, sending out the checks and all that stuff, and the direct deposits and the tax forms. Well, they have one called Melio, M-E-L-I-O. And if you're doing less than 10 vendors, which you're just going to do yourself, so that's 1, it's free. You just got to pay, if you use the credit card, you got to pay the credit card fees. And mine was like $3, something like that, or $2.80, something like that. No, $2.32. And but I only sent $110, I think, because I thought it was a total of $200. Not it had to be one deposit of $200. You go into Melio and you get your normal pay, and I don't know for sure, but I suspect it'll either be free or cheaper if you don't mind waiting longer to do it through bank transfer instead of doing it through credit card and then bank transfer, because what you're paying is the credit card fee. So bank to bank and bank to bank should be less, if not free. I haven't checked that yet. I haven't tried it yet. But even if you don't have that kind of money, like I found one where you have to have direct deposits of $500. I don't make $500, but what I can do is send myself $100 over and over again, and it'll total $500, and I'll get $300. So I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna see if it works. And now you got to keep the account for a couple of months, because it's considered fraud if you get your money and then just cancel. But it's also nice to have. I've decided I ran into a problem when I went to Denver last year, where my first trip I got gas for the car, and then I couldn't buy any more gas for the whole goddamn trip. My brother had to send me money to buy gas because they put a $180 or $200 hold on my account when I swiped at the gas pump, and they didn't release that fucking hold until Monday. And when you have a hold on a checking account, it's the same thing as taking the money out of your account. It's deducted from your balance. So the rest of my gas money was held up until Monday when I was on my way home. So Logan had to send me money in $40 increments so that I can get gas, and then I had to wait until Monday for them to release that money to send him back the money he sent me. So now I have, when I go on a trip, I put $40 into my Venmo card. I put $40 into my Cash App card. I signed up for a free Discover Account checking account. I'll put $40 in there. And I have my Chime account. I'll put $40 in there. I also have 2 debit cards with my bank, because I have 2 checking accounts. So that's 6 cards. I could put $40 on each one. This way, even if a gas station or a vendor does some shenanigans with an authorization hold, I just put that card aside and go to the next one, and that has the $40 to fill my gas tank the next time. And so, yeah, I don't ever want to get stuck like that again. I was freaking out, like I don't even have enough gas to go back home. Like, what the fuck do I do? I wasn't expecting them to put an authorization hold that large. Jesus. And of course, the next 4 gas stations didn't do that. Just that one gas station did that. But so it's handy to have these extra accounts that don't cost anything. There's no service fee, there's no minimum balance or nothing like that, so it's just a free account. Might as well use it. And so if you sign up for Chime using my link, we both get $100. It's free money for the slight hassle of sending yourself a direct deposit using Melio for free. Just do that keep the account for a couple of months and then close it. Or just leave it there. There's no minimum. There's no fees to keep the account. Just keep it as a backup. Leave $40 or $50 in it and keep that as mad money. You put that card in your glove box or your visor, emergency cash if you have to get keep like $60 in there, so that'll cover a tank of gas, that'll cover a tow, that'll cover a cab or an Uber to get some short distance. It'll cover like that, just that, oh crap, I didn't bring my wallet. Oh, I got that card in the car. You grab that, you do your purchase, and then you add that money back again when you get home. It's very, very handy. And we each get $100. I like free money. I really, really like free money. But there's another bank I'm looking at that does something similar. I'm going to try them too and see if I can get the money. And because it's free, I'm going to try signing Michelle up for each of them too. And I might be able to get the free money and the referral. Like, I think Chime does that. So, yeah, I need money. But that's it. I'm going to get out of here. This thing's about to die. It's at 3%. But, yeah, these are available on printables if you want to print it out. Free, of course. You don't have to pay anything except for the plastic you use to print it. Links, the description tells you how to find these lamps on AliExpress. They're about $3 to $4 each. Either get 3 of them or get 1 of them, depending on if you're going to print the single lamp version or the 3 lamp version. I'm going to print out the 3 lamp version because it'll be a lot brighter. For the ones that go on the end of my driveway, those can be single lamp because they're not really made to light anything up. They're just made to demarcate my driveway in a very pretty, elegant way. But if I stick these out front here, well, then it's worth putting the 3 bulbs in and seeing how bright that is compared to the 5 bulbs in the ones where I use the 5 $1 bulbs and the mason jar fairy lights in the middle. You know, the one with the 5 spokes. So this looks a lot prettier than those do, although those look cool too. This would also be kind of cool for hanging up on a steel wire and you string them up, but a little heavy for that, because this is about a kilogram of plastic right there. But I'm wondering what other ideas I can come up with for using this, curving the plastic, you know, making the plastic conform to a curve like this with the gyroid info. I'm wondering what other things I can come up with to take advantage of that. I just think that's cool. Making like a, for example, you could use it to make a enclosure that has curved corners that still let light come out. That would look pretty cool. Just lots of ideas. But yeah, that's I love it. I really can't believe how it looks like a professional product. This looks like something you'd buy in a store. This doesn't look like a homemade thing, you know, like my other ones do. My other ones they're clearly, you know, low resolution. They're clearly, you know, little. It looks like something somebody made. This looks like something you'd walk into, you know, what do you call it? Like a Target or a Walmart, and you'd find this, or a Home Depot, and you'd find something like this that you could buy. It just looks that nice. It came out that nice. Of course, this is obviously bright and colorful because I like bright and colorful, but then again, you know, I also have it in black and white. You know what would look nice is, what would actually look really nice is to print this in like a wood-colored plastic, like a brown, some kind of brown, sand, khaki color, and then print this, like if you're in a state that has colors like that, you could print this in like a teal or a maroon red. That would look very nice. Even the brown with the black would look really nice too. And it just came out really, really spectacular. I just love how this came out. I mean, I can't think of a way to make it better. The one thing I would like to do if I could is find mason jar fairy lights that twinkle. Because what I would do if I could find that is I would print a vase mode transparent cylinder in the middle. I would make this 400 millimeters across. I would make this much bigger. I would put 6 of these lights around the circle. I would create a circular array of 6 of these lights. So I would make this as big as I needed it to make to have 6 of those lights. And then have the center be empty, but I would have the mason jar solar light in the center, and then have a transparent cylinder in the center, and wrap the fairy lights around the transparent cylinder in the middle. So you'd have the 6 lights providing your illumination, but then behind them you'd have those twinkling lights providing that fantasy, you know, decor, that what do you call that? The feel of the room. What do you call that? Environment? No. The environmental feeling of a space. What do you call that? It's similar to theme. I can't remember the goddamn word. The aura of a room. What do you call that when you, the vibe, the aura, the theme, the environmental feel of a room? There's a word for that. Ambiance. It'll provide that ambiance. It'll provide that fantasy fairy-like ambiance, because it'll be 6 normal bulbs providing lots of light, but it'll have that little bit of twinkle on the inside to give it that really nice ambiance, to make it look nice. Yep. And yeah, you got it, ambiance. But and I think there's actually another word too. Ambiance sounds harsh. The word I was thinking of wasn't so harsh, but ambiance is definitely the correct word. But I think there's another word. Well, let's find out. Now I'm curious. Atmosphere, that would do it. Atmosphere would definitely be it. Yeah, I think it's atmosphere. Atmosphere is the word I was thinking of, but ambiance is the same thing. Yeah, it's atmosphere. So let's see if we can find some. Let's go to Temu. Can you guys see my screen? Nope. Let's do Solar Fairy Twinkle. By the way, these, if you have a chance to get them, are beautiful. I love these lights so much. The only problem is, if you have heavy winds, it tends to blow them to one side, so you have to go out and reset them again. They're a little too flexible, so I'm thinking about making a 3D printed jig that'll hold them in place. What I want is a short little solar string of lights. Short, something I can put inside this lamp. You know, something just a couple of feet long, you know, a meter or two. But I want it to be solar powered and I want it to twinkle. Like this. What I want is this with twinkling. If I can get this with twinkling, that'd be perfect. But this is exactly what I want. Now I could do multicolor. That might actually be pretty cool. It'll add a little bit of color. But what I really want is this, the exact thing. I want a mason jar fairy light string just like this, but I want it to twinkle, where it'll either animate or fade. Ideally would be a slow fade on and off, a slow random fade, where different lights will fade at different times, not all at once. Because that'll provide an organic atmosphere. It'll provide like there's something in there, like there's fireflies in there or something. But I want this twinkling, but I've never found that yet. Let's add the word mason. Oh, yeah. Oh, I felt that. Yeah, they're all solid. None of them twinkle. Now, what also would be nice is a flame. That would provide some animation. Like this, right there. And it's got the same design ethic, meaning I just put a hole in my print and just slide that bad boy right in there. This should be the same style with a solar panel on top. Yep, there it is. So solar panel switch, and then the light hangs down the middle. They're quite a bit more expensive. Well, not that much more. Yeah, $5 each. That's not that bad. I wish I could do the gyroid thinner, because what I want to do is I want to make a smaller one of these, but I don't want to, you won't be able to bend it that far. There's a minimum size where at some point you won't be able to bend it. I definitely need to get a couple of these. Because there's a guy at Rocky Mountain Murph who made these medieval like torches, and I'd really love to put a flame light in one of those, although I could do that with these. These are a little tricky. Some of them are flame and some of them are single flame with a lenticular lens to make it look like there's more there. This one's 66 LEDs, so this is a good one. This should provide a pretty accurate flame effect. No, that's the lenticular lens. Yeah, see, I don't like that. It looks fake. It just does not look good. The ones I have look so much better. I think I'm going to end up being better off just adapting something like this to fit on a wall sconce. But to do it right, what I'm going to need to do is to design it with a plug for the solar panel and put the solar panel on top of the carport and run the wire down to the light to power it. Because it just the front of the house, just underneath the eaves of the carport, it just does not get enough light. So in the summertime they work great, but in the wintertime they don't work for jack. But now making something like this will be pretty easy. So if you want to design a simple, get off me, a simple lantern like this, with this like frame-like structure, this would not be very hard. You can print a 2-layer transparent print, and then you switch to black and you print this on top of it as 2 more layers, and that will be flexible enough that you can just bend that into a curve and fit that any way you want. Now it won't be transparent like this. It'll be like translucent. Now that said, though, if you print, I wonder if I print a single sheet of transparent PETG and then I hit both sides of that transparent sheet. No, you don't. It just bends. All right, I'll show you. Where's the loose one? There's the loose one. There we go. I don't want those to pop out. Now you see it's keeping a bend now because it's been installed in there for a while. But no, it prints flat, and then you just curve it to fit it in the light. And this is only 5 millimeters thick, 2 perimeters at 0.8 millimeters, so that would be 4 perimeters with a 0.4 nozzle. Although you could probably get away with 3 to make it a little more flexible. But yeah, I chamfered the edges so that it would come together properly. But yeah, this is a lot easier now. Oh wow! If you really have trouble installing these, what would make this easy is if you just I might even print out a jig for this. Just make a jig to lay it in, put a weight on top of it, and then put it someplace warm for a few days until it develops a permanent curve. That'll make it a hell of a lot easier to install. Well, that's what I mean. Print a. Let me show you. Oh, yeah. My knees did not like sitting that long. My knees said, "You're a bad, bad boy, Chris." So, these are the things for the thing. That this tube is just too heavy. But yeah, it's just 5 millimeters thick, a little bit thicker on the end for the profile. But yeah, these just bend. And I'm pretty sure it's the gyroid infill that allows that to happen, because a regular print does not bend this cleanly. But yeah, Now, obviously, you'll have to test it. I have some PETGs that are pretty brittle. They might crack. Oh, that was a healthy yawn. But yeah, this, I could bend it 180 degrees. Almost all the way around. Oh, no, it cracked. It didn't crack. It bent right there. If you bend it too far, it just stretched. Which is not a big deal. It'll still go in the lamp fine. But the problem is I can't print it thinner because you'll have less fill. And then you won't get the effect. But I also did this one. Like, of course, a PETG booger. That always happens. You always get that damned boogers. It's like, really? You had to put not only put a booger on my print, but you had to put that booger right in the middle of the print. Like, literally, right smack in the middle. But anyway, so that's only 2 layers at 0.3 millimeters, and then 3 more layers at 0.3 millimeters to create the pattern. And what I figured out is this one's actually a little harder to bend. This one's a lot harder to bend, actually. I think I would have difficulty installing this one. And I think the reason is it's a solid sheet, but also I have this, and I don't need that. In fact, we can probably test that. Nah, I can't get it off without breaking it. But anyway, I have this redesigned without this wall here because I realized I don't need it, and this will flex a whole lot easier then. But yeah, you could do that. You can also just print it thinner. But I wonder if I print this at 2 layers or even just 1 layer, 0.4 millimeters thick. If I hit it with clear coat paint on both sides to fill in all the nooks and crannies, it'll make it more transparent. And I wonder, how transparent can we get it? You could also print this in a different color. So especially if you have a multicolor printer, you can just tell it, okay, print that in a different color. So I'm going to retry to print this with the new design style and see how it goes. I might even try printing it with a single layer and see how that works. If you have trouble with the edges peeling up, just print it bigger than you need and trim it down. And but yeah, that could, you see, you can see through it. It's clear, especially if something touches it. Okay, so it's transparent, but it's like the privacy stuff you put on your windows in the bathroom. But I'm wondering if I print a single layer and then I hit it with clear coat. I always do. Yeah. And then I hit it with clear coat. That might fill in enough of the cracks to actually make it pretty decently transparent. So there's a lot of potential there. And people say, well, why? Well, first of all, I want the whole thing to be all 3D printed. I don't want to go to the store and buy something. I mean, I have to buy the light. There's nothing you can do to avoid that. You can't print electronics. But if I can avoid having to go buy this crap to make the enclosure, I would prefer to. And I don't mind paint, especially if all it's doing is making it better. It's not necessary. But yeah, I gotta try that. I gotta try that and see how it works. Yeah. You could also make all the infill go the same way. So make all the infill go the same way you're going to bend it, and it'll be easier to bend. And but I realized since this is going into channels on the top and bottom, I don't need the frame. I don't need the square part. That square part will come in handy when you're installing it in a square light, like that one, but it's not necessary for something like this. And you could also do the same thing. You could print cylinders in vase mode and then hit it with clear coat inside and outside to fill in the lenticular lens effect. The reason it looks like this is because you're basically printing a lenticular lens, because you're printing layers. Okay, you're printing layers, and so it's not a straight wall. It's just like your fingers. It goes out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, because it's the shape of a log you're printing. It doesn't have flat sides. That's why resin prints look so much clearer, because they have flat sides. It's not that it's higher resolution. Your FDM printer could print just as higher resolution. In fact, in many cases, FDM is higher res in some ways. It's weird. It's the masking effect of the LCD. It depends on the resolution of your LCD screen. And also the bleed of the light, because the light does bleed. But on a resin printer, each layer is perfectly aligned. There's no dip. There's no bulging between the layers like this. On FDM, the side of an FDM print looks like this. The side of a resin print looks like this. And that's why they look different. So if you have this and you fill this in with clear paint, clear coat, it'll have a similar what do you call it? Refraction value to the plastic. And so it'll become more clear. And that does work. So I'll have to try that. Maybe print a single layer with the layer lines going all this way, which will make it very easy to bend. And then hit it with clear coat on both sides. In fact, a single layer 0.4 thick with the layers going the same way, you might not even need to add a clear coat. It might be clear enough for the aesthetic effect. But yeah, that's definitely a possibility. And so this will be a whole lot lighter. And then when you have your posts, these parts here just slide in like this. That's it. And then the next one slides in on top of that one. And now you can build an enclosure. And the infill not only stops you from visually seeing what's inside without stopping air, because you don't want your thing to overheat, but also uses less plastic. So these, very light. That's interesting how it permanently forms a curve like that. Yeah. That's good, because that means there's less stress on the plastic. I could probably get away with a single perimeter too. But I like how stiff it is too. I like how strong it is. And so I don't want to mess with that too much. Turn off. That's it though. It is 7:30 here. Oh crap. It's late. I didn't realize it was that late. Wow. Let me get this put back together. This should be easier since it's actually it holds almost the correct curve. Yeah, that went right in there. This one's too small, so I can do this. This would not be this easy if it was the right size. There we go. Now the tricky part is you got to push it out from inside to get it to fill the channel. Oop. There we go. Come on. Got it. There it is. There you go. Not too bad. But yeah, I absolutely freaking love these things. They came out so nice. I'm just over the moon with how good they came out. When I put that first one together, I was like, damn, this looks good. I was like, oh my, this looks good. All right. I gotta go eat. I'm hungry. So I will see you guys later. Happy victims. If you want to help me out, thank you, Asger, for that donation last week. My $320 phone water bill is now $209 because I sent your $100 to them. So thank you very, very much for that. Lamp? Oh yeah. So, 100% printed except for the screws to screw it into whatever you're mounting it to. But all of this is 100% printed. It all threads together. So it's the same knobs I use for my garden flag and stuff. The light fits into a socket on the top here. You just buy one of these for under $4 on AliExpress. If you happen to accidentally get the version of this that's a tiny bit bigger, that's okay. It's made for the bigger one. It comes with an adapter ring. So that'll take the bigger one, and then you print this as well. And it has dimples in it, and there's a race inside here, so it'll actually lock in place, and now it's not going to fall out. And there's dimples inside here as well, so when you put this in, it's a solid little friction fit. It doesn't tend to want to pop back out again. You could wrap a little bit of tape on there if you want to do it tighter. Oh, that's right. I should put this on Maker World, because I would love to get a bamboo printer. But the only one I really want is the H2D, because it's got the build volume to actually be useful without wasting so much plastic. But yeah, that came out great. These print flat, and then you bend them. So literally, you take the print and you bend it. The gyroid infill lets that happen. It's amazing. I figured that out by accident when I bent that, and I was like, wait a minute. What if I print this in transparent? And fucking amazing. I wish I could light it up for you. If you watch my short, I have a little YouTube short. Well, the mini is even worse. At least the A1 has the 256 by 256. But it just wastes so much plastic. Oh my God. Many times the waste is 200% more than the print itself. You got a 100-gram print with 200 grams of waste. Damn. At least with the H2D, you can print more copies, which reduces your per layer waste, and you can make a purge object big enough to make it a usable object, a trinket or toy that you can give to some kid, so at least it's not wasted. All of this prints without support. You can print this on any printer, including a I don't know if, I think this will print on a bamboo. I'm pretty sure it will. Hang on, let me see how big it is. Round lamp. I'm pretty sure I made this to be able to print on a bamboo printer. Just because I know a lot of people have that. It's a very popular printer. I know that you can't print the enclosure. You need a CR10. You want to print that, you need a CR10. You need some. Stop it. Yeah, that's 179 by 187, so that'll print. And this, .213 by 213. So yes, this will print on a bamboo printer. This you just print with, this is all printed with a 0.8mm nozzle. You can use a 0.4, just double all the wall counts. This is printed with a 0.8mm nozzle. You're going to have to play with the gyroid infoid count until you get this visual effect, because I assume this pattern size and scaling will change based on your nozzle diameter. So you might have to use 24% to get the same effect as I get at 12%. I'm not sure. I'll have to actually try it and see how that works. It uses a threaded mount, so that just threads right into the bottom. Now that screws into this. So this is your bracket. So I plan to mount this to the top of a wooden post, a 6x6 post. So that's just going to screw right in. I also made an extended version. So if you have a wall behind this, if there's a wall behind here, the extended version will allow the wall to clear. There's also 3 holes here. So you can print out these little tabs that have a hole, and you friction fit the tabs in from the inside. So you put them in first, and you'll have 3 little eye bolts here. And you can hang it by a chain. So if you want a hanging lantern, you know, like the old school lantern, because it looks like an old school lantern, you can hang it by a chain. You know, whatever you want. I mean, I tried to add as many options as I could, keep it as simple as I could. Getting the first 2 panels in is easy. Getting the 3rd panel in is tricky. But it's not bad. It takes me about a minute to put it together. And you just gotta, basically you get the 2 in, you tighten this one down, you know, almost all the way. You tighten it down about halfway, and you have these 2 off, and you push this up, and that allows you to get the 3rd one kind of in there, and you just push and prod it until you pop it in place. So these verticals have channels. They have channels on both sides, and the top and the bottom have channels. So this is captive all the way around, so it won't pop out. Yeah, well, I got to do that first. I just my biggest concern is, are the tabs big enough? Are they going to hold up over time? Also, I want to 3D print the chain, just because why would I go to make an all 3D printed object and then buy the last part? So nope, it's going to be a 3D printed chain too. So there'll be 3 chains with big hooks on the end. You just put them together and you can hang it from a Jonah hook or whatever you want to hang it from. And then I also want to make an XL version. I want to make a big one of these that's like 400 millimeters, maybe bigger. So no more bamboo for that. But I want to put 6 of those bulbs in a circular array, and then have some fairy lights in the middle to give it some difference inside there, to give it some atmosphere, some ambiance. And that would be nice to put on top of a nice aluminum or wood pole, or if you have some beefy posts in your yard, that would be something that would be beautiful to put along. Or you could even do, like, 2 of these and 1 of the big ones, 2 of these, 1 of the big ones. And so every 3 you'd have no, not a gyroid chain. That would be interesting. Can you do that? I don't know. Can you? I mean, that does kind of form a chain, doesn't it? It'd be awful stiff. I'm thinking chain with individual links. But theoretically, that's possible. Yeah, patio table centerpiece, that would work too. Especially with 6 of those bulbs in there. Because 6 of them would provide a pretty decent amount of light. But yeah, just different ideas. I mean, I like the idea of it. I also thinking you could put a flame lantern in here. One of those, dancing flame lights. It wouldn't provide a whole lot of light, but would be very decorative. Now, in that case, something I could do is to have something where, like, maybe the bottom is bigger than the top, so you'd have the flame lamp on the inside, and then on the bottom you'd have just LED lights that are going to be in here, like these, but in here with just a single LED shining down, and so that it would light up the ground around it. That's an idea. I could do that too. Actually, that might work if I can get enough of them. But because this is all clear, so it would still charge them during the day, as long as you get enough light. But yeah, I love this. Oh, I want to print a 2-tone pink one now. I want hot pink arms and sakura pink for the top and the bottom. And then even transparent pink for the lenses, because it would still be mostly white and it would just have like a pink hue. Oh, that would be so cool. I like pink. Pink and orange and blue, they're my favorite colors. But oh man, that would be hot. I can use the bubblegum pink from Atomic to print these and these. Get a nice sakura pink for this. Although the bubblegum pink might be better for this. So print this in the bubblegum pink. Print this in a hot pink, like a really vibrant hot pink. And this. And then print the top and the bottom and the base in a sakura, really nice soft sakura pink. Man, I wish I could still get some more of that 3D Solutech sakura pink. That's the best. I've never found a sakura pink better than that. Never once have I found a sakura pink better than that one. Let's check it out on Amazon. That's okay. Not a bad price either. And the problem is, some of these pictures you don't really know what you're getting. Oh, the Polymaker's not bad. Well, I have to use PETG, so I couldn't use that anyway. So I gotta change that. I don't need filament. since I have PETG. Okay, so that's PETG. That's not bad. That's not a bad plastic right there. It says it's cherry pink, but that looks pretty good. That's not bad. It's a little purplish. That's not a Sakura, but that might be good for the contrasting color. That's pretty cool too. It transitions between pink and clear, but the problem is the way I print these, that's not compatible. So now let's look for hot pink. See, that's too purple. That's not hot pink, that's purple. Or magenta. This one's closer, but it's more magenta. That's a hot pink. Alright, that's hot pink. That's a hot pink. That's purple. Okay, so we have a Duramic hot pink and a Overture hot pink. They both have cardboard spools. That's good. I like that cherry pink. That cherry pink is nice. And it's only 14 bucks. And let's see. Transparent. Okay, so there's some Amelin transparent pink. There's some Rapid Clear. That's actually pretty nice. I like that. That's beautiful. It's translucent, but that's beautiful. That's like a rose gold, like a no, not a rose gold. There's another name for that. That's nice. Not for this, but it's nice. Why is that so expensive? Oh, it's got glitter. That's why. That is cool, though. Glitter would actually be pretty cool for the panels, because that would the light would hit the glitter in the plastic at different angles. Yeah, that's pretty nice. You print it slow and hot and it'll be clearer. Huh. Let's add that. Well, it'll be a while, because that's 60 bucks I don't have. But eventually. Ow! Well, there's Zyro. That's pretty nice, too. It's translucent, though, but that's still very pretty. I was also thinking that anybody, especially if you're going to hang these from a chain, print the knobs. Print these knobs in TPU. So if you print these knobs in TPU, you probably should do all 6. But if you print the knobs in TPU, that'll give it a little bit of impact resistance when it hits the ground, and it'll decrease the likelihood of it breaking. But that's if you're going to carry one around on a chain. But that would probably be for the big one, which will probably have like 5 panels instead of 3. Hey, that metallic pink is pretty nice. Huh. Looks like a silk though. That's a pretty nice pink too. Yeah, that's not a bad pink either. And their magenta is actually pretty close to a hot pink. Alright, Polymaker, that's not too bad. And here's the problem with Polymaker. They don't have any transparent colors. I mean, they have clear, but no clear colors. Well, they have translucent. There's translucent blue. That electric blue's pretty. You know, the Polymaker teal with the lime would look pretty good too. Uh-huh. They got a translucent red too. So they do have a couple of translucent colors. I'd like to see them do more translucents. Yeah, they got a translucent blue and a there's a that's a very dark translucent blue. So a dark blue translucent and a red translucent and a clear. You need all these colors in clear. Do they have any 5 kilogram rolls? They do. That's a very expensive price. Although they do have clear. I wish Amelin wasn't so expensive. They make good filament. Ooh, Harajuku pink. I love this color. Oh, this color is so good. Paramount 3D makes good filament. Oh, wow. Yeah, but you're paying a lot for the filament. And there is none. Alright, 3. And they have bamboo filament, but not Polymaker. Why want to load more? It loads the first 2 and then stops. And then it tries to reload again, loads 2 and then stops. There it goes. Creality, bamboo. Creality. I don't see any Polymaker. Oh, here's some Polymaker. Hi, baby. How you doing? Well, it's actually not a horrible price. 20, considering you're buying it from a store, that's not a horrible price, really. But it's all sold out. It's all freaking sold out. Now, you know what is a great idea? Polymaker's dry box. This modular action is shit hot. Because you can make a dry box as big as you want and just put in a 3D printed outlet on the side of it and strap this bad boy to it, and you could turn a gigantic Rubbermaid tote into a dry box. That's shit hot. Alright? The Polymaker dry box is a great idea. That's what happens when you go to the community and get some good ideas. Sometimes, just sometimes, they actually give you some good ideas. But yeah, this is... I can't wait to print more of these. I want to print the triple head. See how that comes out. It should be. I should only have to print this piece. So just print this piece and swap it, and see how it works. Make sure it works right. Make sure nothing conflicts. And yeah, I'm excited. So I will see you guys later. I'll email you later, Cassandra, so we can meet up at some point for the nanopolymer. But I gotta go eat. I'm freaking starving. All I had was a couple of tomatoes and some turkey breast this morning for breakfast, and that's all I've had since yesterday morning. Since Tuesday night, or Monday night. Just forgot. I got so busy with this, I just forgot to eat. I do that sometimes. I know it doesn't look like it, but I just see my new shirt. Yeah, Tinkerbell on a dandelion. I saw that and had to have it. Alrighty, I will see you guys later. Don't forget, I'm trying to hit $4,000 in revenue on Amazon this month. If I hit $4,000, I'm currently at $800. I'll get an extra $120 free from Amazon. If you want to send me some instant money, Zelle or PayPal. Zelle is completely free for both of us. PayPal, they take a little bit. And if you want to support me on a continuing basis, I have a Patreon. Links are down below. If you join my Patreon, even $1 a month, that's one more dollar I didn't have before. So, I will see you guys later. You guys have a great time. See you next week. And Lightspeed, I'm going to put these on Maker World, because I think they would like this.